Jess, can you hear me if I'm talking? Am I clear?
Yes, you are, and I have to ask you a question. Jessica Lee, there's so
Yes,
many of them.
she is neuro talent.
What is her job?
I think she's the CEO.
Shit, I don't think I'm connected with her. Can you drop her LinkedIn profile in chat, maybe?
Oh my God, what is happening?
Not if it's stressful, though.
No, I don't know what's going on with this. She's on the email.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
What is happening?
So like it's playing my sounds like out of a different computer right now. I think it must be Zoom, and I just can't figure out how to get my audio. Maybe it's this. All right, let's
You
see
want me to
now.
keep talking?
Oh my God, now you're gone. Hold on. So it's not that. External headphones. This. Why is this happening? Can you help me?
I, are you talking to me?
Why it's playing out of
You're talking to
this?
Mike or me?
Mike.
Okay, great.
And I just stopped it. Now it's not even stopping. Right. So I don't want it to play out of there. I want it to play. And my headphones got disconnected.
To your sound settings.
I don't know. What do you want?
Good morning, Michael.
Hello.
Okay, now it's coming through here.
You want?
It's in my headphones.
Is that what you want?
Huh?
Is that what you want?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I can't find some of these people. I'm not going to tag them in the post. I'll list their names. If I am able to figure that out and add them later, I will. I don't know what you mean by send here.
Greer, just a quick question. Is there supposed to be music playing with that video right now? Because I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I can't hear it either for some reason. Now maybe go out and go back in because it was working earlier.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying to me to go back out?
No, I'm talking
Oh,
to
okay,
Greer.
okay.
Okay, great. Now it's playing. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear it too.
All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to day 2 of Rethink Ability. So happy to be here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Greer Prosich. I use she, her pronouns. I am a fair-skinned woman with long brown hair. I'm wearing glasses, headphones, a white sweater, and over my shoulder is a little stained glass of my puppy Mickey. So excited for you to be here today. We had a great conversation yesterday. Talked all about kind of setting the foundation of context and language and how people can show up as themselves as disabled people in the workplace. And today we're going to talk more about specifics. We're going to share a lot of stories. We're going to share a lot of firsthand accounts of people living with disabilities. And then we're going to talk today about how to participate this week. So again, shared language, huge piece of what we talked about. Molly Denon, Suzanne Wertheim, Katerina Rivera, and Danny Herrera walked us through a lot of options that we can have to have alternatives to things that we say. So we'll definitely be sharing out some resources there. We really want to be aware of our barriers. So not only internally to ourselves, but externally as well as organizations and companies and politics and things like that. And then inclusion is an everyday practice. So disability is something that we have to weave into the fabric of everything that we're creating in organizations. So today, I encourage you to listen. I encourage you to sit back and really take these stories in to understand real firsthand lived experience of people who have disabilities in the workplace. We are going to focus on those barriers, seen and unseen. And you'll hear a lot of conversation today about non-apparent disabilities. So I am somebody who has a non-apparent disability. You would look at me and think I'm absolutely fine. But we really do have to create spaces for people like me to be successful. So today, how to participate. Jess, my co-founder, is dropping the code of conduct into the chat. And she's also going to drop the option to have cart captions in the chat. So we're so lucky to have Anna Hargett here. She's not going to come off mute because she is actively typing those cart captions right now. And so please, if you have any questions or cannot access those, send us a message and we will make sure that you can use those. There is a Slack channel as well through the People Geeks community. We can share that link if you're looking to sign up and get involved today. Please take breaks as needed. We have built in some break sessions for you to be able to step away, but we do want you to participate and feel as good as possible while you're here. And then with that, the final thing is just respectful engagement and active listening. Our chat was so much fun yesterday in the Zoom, so highly recommend you to continue with those conversations, but take away as much as you possibly can from this session. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start our first session on non-apparent disabilities in the workplace.
Hey everyone, welcome to our session on supporting people with non-apparent disabilities in the workplace. We are so excited to be here today. Now, to kick us off, we want to do a little bit of an intros. So as for myself, my name is Aubrey Blanche. I'm the Director of Ethical Advisory at a nonprofit in Australia called the Ethics Center, as well as a consultant for organizations on responsible business operations and artificial intelligence. Today I'm coming to you, I'm sitting here, I'm a phenotypically white woman in a white sweater with orange, purple, and blue hair and a little bit of red lipstick. But I would absolutely love for my conspirator here to introduce herself as well.
Thank you so much, Aubrey. My name is Lauren Friedman. It's such a pleasure to be here. My pronouns are she, her. I am also a white woman. I've got some longish, curly, blondish hair and fair skin, and I'm wearing a red button-up sweater and also some red lips. And really excited to be here today. Should I say what I do as well? Have we covered that,
Yeah.
Aubrey? Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So I will say very briefly, I am a health coach and I specialize in supporting individuals who are living with chronic conditions, with neurodivergence, with disability. And I came to this work through my patient advocacy work. I am also the host and creator of an award-winning podcast called Uninvisible Pod, which is about living with non-apparent chronic conditions and disabilities. So what do you know? Same wheelhouse. So thrilled to be here with you. And do you want to share a little bit about what you do as well, Aubrey?
Yeah. So as I said, I've spent the last sort of 10, 12 years of my career working in technology, specifically in diversity, equity, inclusion, or adjacent roles. And my work really centers the ideas of anti-racism and disability justice, both because I think that when we focus on the particular barriers that folks from those communities face, we actually build better solutions. But I also am someone who has multiple non-apparent disabilities. So I'm bipolar type 1 as well as ADHD. And so I can kind of speak from a mix of both professional experience in terms of implementing strategies within organizations, but also I think figuring out my personal health journey of what do I need to do individually. So I have like that empathy and practice kind of shoved together.
Yeah.
But Lauren, we come into this, I think something that's always been really helpful for me around figuring out what I can do, right? Because as someone who does have a disability, working in the disability justice space, it can be really easy to get overwhelmed. And so something that was really helpful to me when I got my original diagnoses was the idea of spoon theory. And I feel like you do such an amazing job of talking about this. So I'm wondering if you could get us into a little bit about what spoon theory is, and then talk about some of the kind of tools that you use with your clients to manage their capacity and figure out what's possible in any given moment.
Thank you, Aubrey. Yeah, I should say also lived experience here as well as working with people who are in our community. But, when it comes to spoon theory, this was something that I learned relatively early on in my own chronic condition journey. And I would say it has really helped me to give language to my energy capacity in a way that is understandable for the people around me, whether that's friends, colleagues, anyone else in my circle. It's based on an essay that was written in, I want to say 2008, by someone named Christine Miserandino. And it's actually really quite easy if you put Christine Miserandino and spoon theory into a little search bar on the internet, you will probably come across the blog on which Christine posted about spoon theory. But in essence, what it is about is the essay that this comes from is based on Christine actually trying to explain her energy capacity to someone who didn't really understand, particularly because there were no visual markers for her condition, right? And for those of us who are living with chronic conditions, particularly those that are non-apparent, there can be a lot of different experiences that we go through, from really extreme fatigue all the way to chronic intractable pain that we can be enduring at any given time. And a lot of the time people have no idea. And even if we try to explain it to them without showing them in some way, it's really hard for people to understand it. I think part of that is because we also are used to the disability sign being a picture of a person in a wheelchair, right? Which is a great symbol and really helpful for disability marking, in a parking spot, for instance, right? But when it comes to the experiences that we are having if we do not use a mobility aid, or any aids that might give an indicator for our capacity, having chronic pain, having chronic fatigue, and other symptoms can really run down your energy a lot faster than your average person's. But the idea here is that every person wakes up with the same number of spoons in their bank, right? And as you go throughout the day, different tasks cost you different amounts of spoons. And for one person to get up, set their alarm, wake up to their alarm, get out of bed, maybe make the bed, go have a shower. Maybe they're waking up with 20 spoons and they're using one or two just to go through their morning routine. It could be that someone who is living with any kind of chronic condition or disability, which includes neurodivergence and mental health conditions, right, might be waking up and going through the same routine, but waking up maybe with 10 spoons instead of 20, and maybe using 4 spoons to go through the morning routine where someone else uses 1 or 2. So we're talking about a deficit in energy as it compares to what I like to call a pre-disabled person. And this is a term that also we can probably get into at some stage. I shy away from the term able-bodied for very particular reasons. And many years ago, when I was producing my podcast, I had a guest come on who said, no, that's pre-disabled. Able-bodied is pre-disabled, because all of us, if we live long enough, we don't get out of this thing called life without relying on the healthcare system at some stage, and probably having a couple diagnoses and maybe a few prescriptions to go along with them, right? So understanding that we are all living in either disabled or pre-disabled bodies, which helps to remove some of the shame, stigma, and judgment around the idea of a disabled identity as well. And that some of us just have a diminished capacity compared to others. And it may require us more energy to do similar tasks just because of all of the other things that our bodies are doing behind the scenes that you may not see, but which are A, not necessarily any of your business unless I decide to make it your business, and B, also really important to understand in the context of your capacity professionally. And from a disabled point of view, learning to communicate with that capacity is can be really helpful.
I love that. And you're getting at something that I care a lot about, which is the way we use terminology to describe things. I also, I'll tell kind of two stories. One, I love the idea of pre-disabled, but also the number of people who might think of themselves as pre-disabled who are actually already disabled. So my particular example is I've been wearing glasses since the third grade, and I absolutely didn't consider myself a disabled person until I was diagnosed as bipolar, which was pretty late. I was in my 30s. But the reality is that having poor vision, which I do, is a disability. But the language thing I wanted to get into actually has to do with the title of this conversation. Is I remember when we were kind of conceptualizing what we wanted this to be about, we talked about the different paradigms of visible versus invisible and apparent versus non-apparent. And I think we landed on this idea of non-apparent disabilities because invisible is a form of erasure, I think, and it's also a very subjective thing. So even though you can't see my bipolar, it's actually very present to me. It's not invisible to me. And so by denying that or recognizing that different disabilities are not always invisible, if I am in a hypomanic state, which doesn't happen very often, but if it does, it's actually quite visible to people, sped up speech and things like that. And so I just want to talk about that. I think this is actually a preferable way to talk about disability. Again, with a note that if someone personally uses different labels for themselves, it's not appropriate for us to correct folks. But I think in general, using this apparent versus non-apparent paradigm is actually much more inclusive of the complex way that disability becomes obvious to another person versus the person with a disability. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, but for me, it's more respectful of the complex nature of the way that disability manifests.
Yeah. And, as you're talking about that, Aubrey, the thing that's becoming really obvious to me as well is the idea of dynamic disability. And this relates to use of energy and capacity as we move through the world, right? For each of us, it might take more energy for Jane to talk to her family than it might take for me, right? It might take Joe more energy to talk to their boss than it might take for me to, right? And understanding that we all have different emotional responses, but also that sometimes, especially when it comes to these non-apparent pieces, right? Just because, for example, someone uses a mobility aid doesn't mean that they need to always use it. A, to be considered valid and who they are and a real human being in the world. B, to be believed when they tell people that they are disabled. And C, to be understood by the people around them. I think this happens, or the trap happens socially the most for people who use mobility aids with dynamic disabilities, because they may use the aids some days and not use them other days. But when it comes to capacity, we often hear, about someone having to cancel plans, perhaps, or say, oh, I can't make it to a function that I had scheduled to do because I just don't have the capacity, or the spoons, to sort of lean on that spoon theory analogy from which the term spoonie as an identity has arisen. But understanding that some days there is more energy than other days. And there are numerous factors that can go into how that manifests itself. It can do with the quality of your rest. It can do with your stress levels. It can do for some people an allergy and perhaps being hit by a food allergy the day before. So understanding that disabilities, like our identities, like our existence in this world, are dynamic and can be fluid, and that we need to really start taking responsibility for taking people at face value when they are brave enough to share who they are with us, because that also, in the culture that we have created around capitalist ideals has really limited our way of understanding individuals, because we really try to put people in boxes and try to understand them through the labels that make sense to us, rather than going to them and understanding them on their own terms. So just to sort of underscore the point that you're making there, I think it's really important to understand that there are differences in the way that one person's disability or chronic condition, however they choose to identify, may show up on a given day.
I think that's so important. I often talk about the idea that actually everyone is disabled. So if folks don't know, in disability theory, you basically end up at no one's disabled or everyone's disabled, but we all end up at the same point in the circle. Now, we are here talking about the workplace. And so one of the things that I've always done as an executive is think about and try to make the case that the types of things that people need in the workplace are actually quite easy to implement most of the time, but also really educating people about the curb cut effect. So this is something really common story in disability justice. But Lauren, I wonder if you want to talk a little bit about what the curb cut effect is, and then I can chat a little bit about some data about how that shows up at work.
I want to shout out my friend and our colleague, Tiffany Yu, for actually teaching me the term curb
Oh
cut
yeah.
effect.
Oh, shout out to Tiffany forever. She's
Yes,
so
Tiffany
amazing.
Forever. She has written a fantastic book called The Anti-Ableist Manifesto. I was lucky enough to be involved in the developmental edit of that book, and you're quoted in that book as well.
I also weirdly like helped her edit the book. I was just like, "Hi, can I help you in any way whatsoever?" Like
It
creepy
takes a
stalker
village.
to just be like, "I just want to help you because I think you're the most amazing person." Anyway,
Yeah, but
yeah.
this is what happens when spoonies get together, is that we're all like, wait, you're doing such neat stuff. Can I play with you in your sandbox? And we all end up being friends, which is really nice. It's a very
So anyway,
loving
follow
community.
Tiffany on every platform, buy her book.
Yes, Tiffany Yu, YU, Tiffany Yu. But I learned about the curb cut effect from her, and it is this. It is that, you know, when you reach the end of the curb and you're going to cross a street, and you've got a stroller because you are a parent and you've got one, maybe more children in your bassinet. Maybe you've got a dog in there or a cat that you're taking on a walk. Maybe you've got your granny stroller and you're doing your grocery shopping, right? But there is a dip in the curb that allows you to cross the street without having to bump the wheeled device that you are using onto the crosswalk. And that makes it a lot easier to move around with rolling luggage when you're traveling, for example. But it was actually developed for mobility aid users, specifically wheelchair users. And this is something that has been developed for the disability community that benefits the disability community, but wouldn't you know, actually benefits all of us. So when you have to push around a heavy cart full of production equipment, and you have to get it across the street to a studio, that dip in the curb is there because someone with a wheelchair fought to get it there. And now it's also helping you. And there are plenty of other examples of devices and different assistive learning technologies that have been developed similarly and really can serve the community in that way as well.
And so I love that. The idea, it really goes back to my personal theory of change, which I call equitable design, is the idea that when we look at an experience that's at the margin in a particular context, which often means a disabled experience or a racialized experience, is that when we design a solution that works for people with those particular lived experiences, we end up creating benefits for a broader set of the community, right? So at Culture Amp, we rarely do programs that are specifically targeted at white women, for example. But we found that our programs that were designed with the needs of women of color in mind actually meant that white women's experience also improved, but we didn't have to kind of choose. Whereas when you design for folks closer to the center, you often leave out those folks on the margins. But at work, it turns out that the curb cut effect is not only really effective, but it's actually generally quite cheap. So the Job Accommodation Network actually shows that in the workplace, about 54% of job accommodations that are requested cost nothing.
And
That's
so,
incredible. Can we just talk about
right.
that for a second? Nothing.
Yeah.
So it costs you nothing to make someone feel more understood, more heard, more seen, more believed, and more efficient in your workplace because you're making them happier. It costs you
And
nothing.
and you make them able to do their job. And I know neither of us are exactly on the capitalist train, but like, even if your sole motivation is to make someone a unit of productivity in a capitalist system, providing them the things that they need is really important. Before I get back to some more like ideas around what kind of free accommodations exist, like I also think it's really important to talk about my theory of accommodations, which I think Lauren, you would agree with, which is every single person receives accommodations at work. It's simply that certain people's necessary accommodations are the default in the workplace.
Yes.
And so, calling out that like that accommodations are both incredibly normal, but also are not special treatment, you could actually make a pretty strong argument for the idea that, for example, neurotypical people receive special treatment at work by virtue of our workplaces being set up to support them. So just wanted to shout out to that idea. But as an example of what an accommodation might be, someone might need their feedback in written form. So this is quite common for folks with autism or ADHD or other neurodivergences that have executive dysfunction issues, is that they may not actually be able to auditorily process feedback that comes back. Now, if you think about that, following up maybe a tough conversation with some written feedback to ensure clarity is not exactly a difficult or unreasonable management task that might be useful for everyone for a variety of reasons. Or having flexible schedules. So whether that's like some remote teams I know where they have core working hours where everyone needs to be online or in the office, and then flexibility around the edges, or you just empower your folks to take breaks when they need to manage their own schedules, assuming that their output or their work gets done. That is an example of an accommodation. And then there are, all the way on the other side, things like ensuring that meeting agendas are sent out in advance. Like I just think of this as good hygiene
Yeah.
for running a meeting, but it turns out for folks who are autistic or who, quite frankly, are also introverted, which may or may not be a disability, depending on your theory of environmental access. The idea that even introverted people, on average, tend to be less comfortable speaking extemporaneously compared to extroverts. And so by providing context on the experience of the meeting ahead of time, you're letting folks with a variety of different neurotypes actually more fully participate in the meeting, which ultimately, again, if you want to make the capitalist argument, is going to get better ideas and better outcomes for your team. So those are some examples of assistive or accommodation kind of things that don't cost anything. And at the end of the day, they're really great examples of the curb cut effect, where whether or not you identify as having a disability or have the experience of a disability, those are the types of things that make the workplace work better. It's just that it happens to be especially beneficial for people with particular types of disability.
I've been nodding and smiling so much during everything that you've been saying, because basically I agree with everything that Aubrey says. Everything Aubrey says and does, I agree. Blanket acceptance here. But it's also for me bringing up, when it comes to the idea of accommodation versus lack thereof, right? It also makes me think about management styles, micromanagement versus management, right? Just regular sort of like more hands-off management. And it's interesting because I believe that there are statistics probably from the Job Access Network as well. And I believe that this was covered in the Anti-Ableist Manifesto too. Get that book, learn it, share it with everyone on your team. But that providing the accommodations that are requested by people, while 54% of those accommodations may be free, it will actually cost your company less to accommodate than not, because the money that you will spend in turnover because someone decides to leave the company or decides to sue the company because of bad practice or violation of the ADA here in the States, right? The Americans with Disabilities Act. So violations of certain legal precedents around the definition of disability and accommodation. That's all going to cost you much more than just letting someone put headphones on in their cubicle. right? And maybe paying for a set of headphones that maybe cost you $30. And particularly for people who are in the office, right? One of the big conversations that became a major talking point, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, which by the way is still going on, because there are still immunocompromised people that we need to protect, is one that brought up a lot about remote work. And remote work was something that had been requested by members of the disability community for decades. And COVID-19 rolled around. Prior to this, managers, CEOs, anyone higher up the chain, no, 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 we have to maintain our work environment and culture. We have to stay in close contact with one another, etc. And this has actually precluded a lot of people who really want to work from working in ways that are safe for their bodies. And COVID-19 happened, and immediately it was remote work because that was better than stopping work altogether. And the immediacy of this accommodation being offered was a bit of a slap in the face to many members of the disability community. And it's something that we are seeing as offices are bringing people back to work. People are having to go back into the office, right? And as people are being asked to go back into the office, I talk to people all day, some of whom are disabled and some of whom are not, who have difficulties with having to go back into the office, perhaps because they have kids who need to get to things and they find pockets of times to get the kids to the things and they've been able to save money on childcare, perhaps because they are helping care for a loved one and have had to use those pockets of time here and there to be able to do that. And they've been trusted to do their jobs from home up to this point. But going back into the office often also feels like micromanagement, right? And they feel like suddenly they do not have the capacity to show up as the kind of employee that they want to show up as. And this is a really common story. And then they're showing up and being micromanaged, right? And all of the money and time that is spent on checks and balances to make sure your employees are working when actually you can probably trust that they're going to do their jobs because people do care, right? For the most part, people do want to do well. And if they're performing poorly, that's more a question about management than about the individual, typically. But understanding that if someone comes to you and says, I still need to maintain this remote work accommodation, that the question around accommodation, and in fact, the question around return to work, return to office, is one that has created a lot of discomfort for people. And I imagine on higher levels, we're probably seeing turnover at a lot of companies as a result. And when you look at the amount of time that is saved in commuting, in what you are, covering for someone's expenses in gas if they're driving, or perhaps travel cards if they're using public transport, you are taking up a lot more of a person's time than just the time they're using in the office. Whereas when they're working remotely, they're much more in charge of their own schedules and can actually use some of that time outside of work more effectively to manage their own lives. So I just wanted to bring that into focus as well, because this is an important conversation around accommodation, also in many ways sort of adjacent to the conversation about the curb cut effect, right? Because this was something that we've been asking for a long time. And now that we have it, we're also seeing productivity go up. So I've been really confused by a lot of the return to work orders that have been issued by a lot of corporate entities. What about you, Aubrey?
I'm not at all confused.
Mm.
I find it generally silly. So I'll two comments, one a bit editorializing, one based on actual data. So one of the partners of this event called Ramp, full disclosure, I was an exec there for 5 years. I'm still an advisor for them on their ESG program. But they actually crunched the numbers on their more than, 1 million data points of employee experience. And what they found is there actually isn't a strong correlation between in-office work and productivity and collaboration. So what they found is that hybrid workplaces often had the highest engagement, but also that it was more about the norms around that. So if you're in the office, what's the purpose? I find that the reason that there's a priority for in-office is because the people that are making decisions personally prefer it and don't necessarily value or know about the impacts that it has on other folks. So these are generally, non-disabled cis het white men who are running organizations, and because it works for them, they've decided that they're that. I think there's also economic incentives, which is companies have poured a lot of money into leases their landlords are probably not letting them out of. And so like I think it's really important to question the overall like, oh, this is for collaboration or productivity. And the problem is either that's a lie or someone isn't actually qualified to be making a decision because they're not actually looking at the empirical data about that. So I will say that there's some pretty messed up incentives. I also think it's pretty silly. We saw that it was possible to collaborate well in remote environments. It does take a different skill set and a different approach to collaboration. So I don't want to sit there and say that, oh, you can just go remote and everything's fine. You know, I have friends who are founders of all remote companies, and the way that they run their teams is actually meaningfully different than folks who are in hybrid or co-located organizations. So I am all for hybrid work. I like going into the office.
And a lot of people do.
A couple days a week, it works for me.
Yeah.
But I am not, putting like a big thing about my ethical framework is what works for me does not necessarily work for you, and it's not my place to tell you what should work for you. But I also wanted to go back to the idea of accommodations in the workplace, because something that's really important to note is that even in this climate where it seems to be spicy to give a shit about the humanity of other people, politically,
God, I love you.
right, like I just don't know why we're arguing about this. Like,
Nope.
oh, disabled people are human. Okay, newsflash. The reality is that laws on the books, despite the hype and marketing coming out of the US administration right now, the ADA still exists. And so if you are a workplace, whether or not you have an accommodation policy, you are liable for creating reasonable accommodations for disabled people. So the advice that I give my clients is like, you need an accommodations policy and you need to implement it well. And so what I mean by that, and I'll chat a little bit about the framework that we put in place at Culture Amp. So I also want to shout out Thushi Murugas, who was on our team at Culture Amp for like 5 years, and she was the one who really spearheaded this. So shout out to her for the work that she did. But really, our accommodations policy is something that's easily written down. So it's easy to reference and find if someone doesn't want to talk to someone about that. But there were principles that we incorporated into that policy that I think made it more effective. So number one, we really emphasize that we believe accommodations are an iterative process. So while as an HR team, we're not going to tell you what accommodations are available, we can direct you to resources like Jan that can give you some inspo, but we don't necessarily expect that you ask for one accommodation, we give it to you and you go away. We recognize that you may try that accommodation, it may not work as well as you anticipated, or your needs may change over time. So it's really important that an accommodations process flexes and changes to someone's lived experience of disability. The other thing that I have a major problem with is when it is required to have a diagnosis in order to receive an accommodation. So I think this is problematic. We know that the disability tax is real, so it can be very expensive to get diagnoses if you can even get them. So it may not actually be medically possible, but may not also be financially possible. This is especially true for people who come from economically disadvantaged communities, which are more likely to be, for example, communities of color. And so at Culture Amp, the way our process works is that we do not by default require a medical cert or a diagnosis. We do request the right to get input from your care team or your medical providers. And that's not from our view to prove that you have a disability. We actually don't need you to prove anything. We actually don't even need you to disclose a diagnosis. But sometimes, depending on the impairment or challenge that you're describing, we're not qualified to approve or provide an idea of what is there to support you. That is not the role of HR. It's to work with you and understand if what you're asking for is possible within the work environment. I guess the third piece is that sometimes we do say no. So, but we never say just no. We say no, but. And what I mean by that is sometimes people ask for things that are not possible within the context of our organization, but we will always try to offer an alternative that we believe also fits the need, or at least we're hoping someone is open to trying to see if it works, and we're committed to getting that person assistive support. So I think that's it's an attitude shift in the way that we deal with things. Sometimes people do ask for stuff that's unreasonable, like that does happen. The last thing is be really broad about what you consider a disability. So a spicy topic that comes up in actually our women's ERG about every 6 months is this idea of menstrual leave. And
please give it to everyone. Stop
I
asking why. We're
didn't
bleeding.
plan on talking about periods on this chat,
I
but
always
actually
plan on talking about periods. Please
so
go.
I will go to the mat that I think menstrual leave is stupid. Like,
Whoa, you
get
and
me
I are
on
going
the
to
internet
actually
about this.
disagree. Okay,
Um,
wow.
so I'll tell you why, and then I really want to hear why you disagree with me.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is because I think that it is actually problematic philosophically to carve out specific procedural and policy-based accommodations for specific disabilities. And I believe that menstrual pain, endo, all kinds of things that you experience are reproductive disabilities. And so they should be treated with the same flexible, person-based accommodations that are required. So at Culture Amp, for example, we include examples in our accommodations policy of accommodations that have been granted for reproductive disabilities. So do I think that things like severe menstrual pain and endo should be supported? 100%. Do I think there should be a special policy because you have a uterus? No.
Okay, I can get on board with this. And I wish that this were kind of the way that we saw all accommodation and disability policy, right? Because part of what I was going to address in what you were talking about when it comes to the HR need to often have proof or diagnosis, right? What do you care? As long as someone's doing better because you're helping them and you're making them better employees, what do you care what someone has? Also, it seems like a bit of a loophole from where I'm sitting uh, of a violation of the ADA, because under the ADA, you're not allowed to walk up to someone and say, "What have you got?" Right? No one's required. Well, no one's required to answer that question.
It's so inappropriate.
It's so inappropriate as well. Like that's none of your business, whether you are in HR or whether you are out on the street and see someone with a service dog, right? And from that point of view, my feeling and experience of this is that the people who I speak to who are largely employees having difficulties and anxiety about disclosing at work
Mhm.
are struggling because of fear of retaliation, which is also illegal, the retaliation, right? At least here in the US, but is a really big gray area and is one under which management and HR can often operate sort of covertly,
Mhm.
right? Or perhaps non-apparently. I really came full circle there. Invisibly rude. So I really do think that based on what you're saying, okay, sure, we don't need menstrual leave. But I also think that part of the reason that we need to keep campaigning for it is that we need a broader and gentler understanding that women's bodies or the bodies of people with uteruses are going through different processes than the bodies of people without. And I think that there's another awareness piece here, which is that if you have menstrual pain and a doctor has told you that's normal, they're wrong. I am not a medical professional, but what I have learned in my many years as a patient and as a patient advocate is that any pain that you are having on your cycle is some kind of reproductive health concern and perhaps something larger, perhaps with regard to your hormones or with regard to fibroids or growths within your reproductive system. And it's important to have these things checked out and to push for the right kind of care. That said, I fear as an individual and an employee that we will never see menstrual leave unless we keep pushing for it, even if it is folded into disability accommodation. And I can see the need to continue to advocate for it so that we raise awareness of the particular health needs of individuals with uteruses. But I also can really understand your argument, Aubrey, not only from a logistical point of view, where it makes so much sense, right? Because endometriosis is a disability. I don't care how you slice it. But also from the perspective that when someone tells you that they need space, that they need time, that they need rest, that they are in pain, that they need to go for a particular treatment, we need to believe them. You know, as you've said, also, there are instances where someone asking for an accommodation can be denied, and these things do happen. But if you were to lay out the averages of the disability accommodation requests that are within the realm of reality based on what we're talking about today, I would say that by and large, you would find that people asking for these accommodations are being quite reasonable, and that maybe the people who are not are very few.
I think that's true, at least in my experience, is like I will admit I have had some incredibly off the wall accommodation requests across a decade of
But
career.
wait, define off the wall. I really want to know what that means.
So like someone in a role that involved like being very customer facing and like answering a lot of questions from someone, like requested an assistant to do 30% of their job for them. And but again, I would say like less than 1/2 of 1% of the
Yeah.
accommodation requests that I have personally been privy to do I think are unreasonable. Like for the most part, people are pretty basic. So
And
yeah, that
also,
was
can I say something about the assistant thing too?
yeah.
A lot of people are doing 2 and 3 people's jobs right now. That's the job
Totally,
market, right?
totally.
So like also understanding like, are you being reasonable in what you're asking a person to do in their job role responsibilities? Have they agreed to all of these responsibilities when they signed on? But I see what you're saying. Yes.
No, actually, what you just said, I feel like we have the same brain, which is I actually think that in the case of this, it was a company that I was advising. You know, what I said is, what picture did you paint of the job when you recruited this person? And so I think there's also a mindset shift here in which, like, as the powerful institution, which is what a company is the first question when something goes a little off the rails like that is ask what responsibility did we take for creating this situation? It doesn't mean it's always on the company. Sometimes there are unreasonable people, like that happens in the world. But in this case, when we did a little bit of digging, we found that the way the role was described and pitched was not the way the day-to-day of the job actually unfolded. And that was coming from a company that wanted people to be really excited about the job. And they had this like very common in technology, which is where I've spent my career, where they were like, we want everyone to be like the most fulfilled they've ever been in their lives in this job. And we kind of had to sit down and have a conversation like that's a really inappropriate way to run your business, in the sense that there may be some people who are incredibly fulfilled by any role in your organization, but what you're actually looking for is someone who can competently perform the tasks that you've assigned. And it's completely valid for someone to seek personal fulfillment in that role, and it's completely valid for the person next to them to just need a paycheck and be competent to complete what they need to complete. Yeah. And so once we had that conversation, we realized that it was actually about an expectation setting exercise with this employee. What we did actually do was work with their manager and them to restructure their workday so that when they were at peak executive functioning, they were able to do those tasks that they found more difficult. So we were able to actually find an accommodation that solved the need that person was having.
But again, an iterative process.
Right. And it involved us bringing in, you know, a coach who specializes in folks who experience executive dysfunction to kind of get some expertise, because my ADHD manifests, I've got hyperfocus flavor. So like, that's not my problem. And so I'm not an expert in the kind of inattentive, you know, manifestation of that. But one other thing I will say that I didn't say about Culture Amp's process that I think is useful for other companies related to this is, in this case, we brought the manager into that process, and that was done with the full knowledge and consent of the employee. And so one thing that I love about Culture Amp's process is actually that your manager is not involved in the accommodations process. So you either go to the HR team, your HR business partner, who's been briefed and who has worked with the equitable design team to understand the policy, but your manager only gets disclosure on a need-to-know basis, which for the vast majority of cases means that your manager is notified of a specific accommodation that has been granted and is provided no other information because it's not necessary for them to provide it. Or in some cases, your manager isn't notified because it actually doesn't matter to them. So I wanted to call that out, that your manager shouldn't be the one that's deciding or paying for accommodations, because it creates a conflict. And so, for example, at Culture Up, we also have a separate accommodations budget that the EDI team manages, which means that a manager or a director is never choosing between funding something for the team and funding someone's accommodation. So there's actually a set aside budget that gets allocated every year, so that we're never denying it because they say, oh, well, I don't want to pay for that because I want to pay for this team member's travel or the team lunch. It's a completely separate consideration that the manager actually isn't involved in.
It's so wonderful that there are companies that are offering this kind of equity and this kind of open conversation, right? And this is the thing that I think traditionally has dominated the conversation around disclosure, is that there will be discrimination. There are not supports set up, that even bringing up the idea of an accommodation will force retaliation. And that is beginning to change. And I guess that's also part of the conversation that we're having today, too, right? That we are moving through changes in the way that we experience the workplace. Some of that has happened as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic hitting all of us in its own way, right? But some of that is also to do with the evolution of the social justice movements that you and I are involved in, and the conversations around equity in the workplace. And it's important to also stay up to date with those policies, with those conversations, so that you're also remaining relevant as an employer, right? So that you become a talent seeker from which you have a pool to actually invite really interesting people who want to work for you and do the job competently, right? Whether or not they get their value from being at that job or elsewhere, as long as they're doing the job competently, but that you will actually get the highest levels of talent from people who are more involved in these kinds of intellectual pursuits, conversations around difference, understanding, and accepting other people. And that's what it all comes down to, right? Like, the function of HR, we know, has always been to protect the business. But I think the piece that we miss in companies that are falling behind is that it's also there to protect the employees too, right? And that we need to do what we can to make employees feel valued, feel understood, feel accepted at face value, because they're accepting the company at face value too. And while we all have clauses that say we can change our minds and things can change, perhaps we can give notice about those things. And perhaps we can also consider whether or not those changes are based in our own bias or whether they are based in actual data and the need of those most vulnerable. And that sort of harkens back to the conversation about menstrual equity too, right? And menstrual leave, because women are more vulnerable on the whole than cis white men, right? And perhaps that's because of the uterus piece. I don't think that's it. I think it's all of the social structures that have, because we're not the dominant force of the social structures. But the idea here that all of these policies from a corporate perspective need to be geared to create space for the most vulnerable people to succeed. Like, you want to set people up to succeed, and that's the point.
I think so. And one of the things that I love about that, I feel like that was the mic drop moment, is that this idea that you want people to succeed is actually where multiple value structures come together to the center of this like complicated Venn diagram. So whether you want someone to succeed because you believe in human dignity and you want someone to feel valued and seen, or whether you're trying to use a human as a unit of capitalistic productivity, right, as kind of opposite ends of the spectrum, it actually comes together. And this idea that providing flexible options in the workplace and really leaning into trying to create that curb cut effect in your workplace is what's actually going to make sense. But that requires believing people when they tell you about the experience they're having and what they need. So I am mindful that we are at the top of our time. And Lauren, it is such a joy to be in community with you. I feel like we could spend the next 6 hours talking about this.
I do too.
But Is there any parting words of advice you have for folks listening?
Yeah, there's something I didn't share earlier on, which I should have shared, that I will share now, because I know we were talking about like the kinds of accommodations, and there is as much for us to learn as employees as there are for employers, from a communication perspective, right? Aside from the general anxieties and fears that come with the potential of disclosure, there's also often when we are granted accommodations or when we are thinking about asking for accommodations, this idea of asking for help is foreign to a lot of us, right? And putting ourselves in a vulnerable position like that can be really confronting. And one of the tools that I developed, which is based on the spoon theory that I discussed at the top of our conversation, is just an energy capacity indicator, whether you are using it to understand your own capacity on a deeper level, or whether you are using it to indicate to others where your energy capacities are if they're thinking of knocking on your door or your cubicle wall and saying, hey, can I pass this over to you, right? Is something that I call the spoonful capacity indicator. It's real simple. And what I will do is I will share my screen and share with you what it looks like in PDF form. And then I will show you where you can get it. But this is what I call the spoonful capacity indicator. Awesome. So this is a PDF that there's a little bit of a description here about the definition of a spoonie, or also a chargee, because we also use the analogy of batteries to describe energy capacity, right? It is a spoon. You can color it in. If it were Aubrey and I, we would be coloring it in with rainbows. You might be someone who just wants to color it all in with one color, whatever works for you. But I have all these lines on the side so that you can write down little notes as you go throughout the day, right? Like, getting ready to come to work and coming here took me up to this line. And I want to just make a note that it takes me that much energy, right? If the spoon represents your entire day and all of the energy that you have. So it's something that's worth like printing a couple copies out, playing around with. And I believe that this will be linked on the Rethink Ability site, but if not, this is my website. Now, can you see my website is the question. I don't think you can. So let me just stop my screen share and I will reshare my screen so you can see the website. But here's my website. So if you are looking to get a spoonful capacity indicator, they're totally free because they are based on someone else's theory, right? I'm not going to charge for these. You can actually type in chroniccoachlauren.com as well as uninvisible coaching, but that seems kind of long and involved. And you want to click on tools in the menu. There's also a pop-up for now, but it's under the tools section. And it is one of the options, if you scroll down here, the spoonful capacity indicator, and you can just download it right here on the website. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that, but also this understanding that like the onus is on both sides. But as an employer, are you giving your employees everything that they need to succeed, not only in the accommodation itself, but in learning how to request it? Are there opportunities to have conversations or open up conversations or bring in experts to speak on things like disclosure, not just from a legal perspective, but also from the perspective of this is the emotional journey. This is the onus is on us, right? This is what some good professional correspondence might look like. And how complicated does it need to be, and how simple can it be, right? Because one of the things that I'm coaching people on every day is, how am I saying this? Am I even comfortable asking for this? What do I need to succeed? Because they may not know. And how can you support your employees in understanding what they can have access to, or how they can begin to understand what would make them even happier in their roles? Because at the end of the day, we want everyone to be happy. We don't all have to be drinking the Kool-Aid per se, but we want everyone to be enjoying themselves in the workplace and feeling proud of the work that they do and finding value in that. And that involves not only the accommodation, but the conversation about how that happens and the language that we use, which brings us back to the very beginning, full circle. Aubrey, what would you like to share?
I love that you just went from the individual perspective. And my advice is actually for the not yet disabled folks, which is it does not matter what your job is. Pester people if there's no accommodations policy at work. Ask them what the hell they're doing instead of getting that in place. And you are best positioned if you are someone who maybe at this moment is not needing that accommodation to say, I'm not comfortable working at a place where my coworkers don't have access to this. What do you need? There are lots of people who can help you build that. There are lots of resources online. So truly, I think there is no excuse. And it's time for us all to kind of ask our workplaces to get some stuff in writing and get the processes behind it. So
Yeah.
with that,
Yeah. Oh, can I say one really quick thing
yeah.
with that, let's not forget that this conversation started as a conversation about non-apparent disability in the workplace, right? And I want to just remind everyone, just because you can't see it or experience it in the way that someone is telling you it exists does not mean it is not real for them. So, can we also learn to take people more at face value when someone tells you that they need something? Do you need to know why? Do you? Or can you just say, you know what, that's really easy for me to buy you a $30 headset. Right? Like if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. So I just wanted to add that piece in there, but like ultimately this is also about the nature of accommodation and the way in which we offer or request, isn't it?
I think that's so right. Now, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for coming and spending your time with Rethink Ability. We are so grateful for you joining us for this conversation, and we will see you online.
And Aubrey, if anyone wants to find you, where can they find you?
Oh, they can find me on my internet soapbox, also known as LinkedIn, and they can get me at aubreyblanche.com.
And if you want to find me, chroniccoachlauren.com, and I'm at chroniccoachlauren across the socials as long as I remain on them, and Lauren Friedman on LinkedIn. And really grateful for the time today. And Aubrey, thank you for holding space for this conversation. And yeah, getting me on board with that menstrual leave piece.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah. I love when it starts as a fight and then we end up on the same side.
I mean, that's going to happen with us anyway.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, welcome. I'm Dr. Victoria Verleza. I use pronouns she and her, and I am joined today for our Rethink Ability session with Rebecca Taylor, who I'm going to let introduce herself in one moment. Just for folks to know, I am a white woman with short black hair. I am wearing a beige shirt. I am in front of a white wall with some interesting colors, some red, some black, some orange, different things, and a nice little plant in the corner. I do also have a cat in front of me, so if Oscar pops up at any point, enjoy the fluff. Rebecca, welcome.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Rebecca Taylor. I use pronouns she, her. I am the Chief Customer Officer and co-founder at SkillCycle. I'm against a sort of neutral beige background. I'm wearing a gray shirt and I'm a white woman with dark curly hair that's kind of up in a bun because we're having a lot of humidity today and that's just what it needed to be.
Well,
I do have a dog in the room. I do have a dog in the room. His name is Kevin. He's usually quiet, but if he chimes in, he likes to agree with me on things. So I think he knows my vocal inflections when I'm saying things that he likes. So if he participates, that's who that is.
first and foremost, folks listening, watching, how cool is it that we both have critters with human names
Yeah.
and an Oscar? I mean, there is no
I
better.
believe animals should have human names as much as possible.
I agree. They are our fur babies. Well, Rebecca, we're so excited to hear your story and Skill Cycle's story. Why don't we start a little bit about where this idea came from, how you got involved? Like, share your story.
Yeah. So I actually spent the first part of my career for about 10 years in HR. So like many folks who work in HR, I kind of fell into it. I started in learning and development at Lord and Taylor Fifth Avenue, may it rest in peace. And my role was really focused on seasonal hiring and seasonal training. So teaching people how to use the cash register, what customer service was, and teaching different competencies to different audiences. So communication is going to look different from a store level person dealing with customers face to face versus someone who might be dealing with them over the phone in the fulfillment center. And so that was kind of what the beginning of my journey in HR was very much focused on learning and flexing that learning to different audiences. Like a lot of folks in HR. I then sort of worked my way up through recruiting. I always say still that I'm a recovering recruiter. I love connecting people. I love, sort of putting the dots together and connecting the dots to kind of see who might know who might be able to help people with things. And so after growing my way up in recruitment, my last role before co-founding Skill Cycle, I was a head of people and culture at a Series A startup in New York for about 3 years. Built out all performance management, recruiting, everything that involved your experience working at that company was essentially curated and designed by me. And it was in that job that I sort of, had the urge to do something different. Because I felt like there was a lot that I could do to help a lot of different organizations and not just kind of be in one. And so I was speaking with an old boss of mine. This was 8 years ago now, I think. And, I said, I want to do something where I'm helping people learn. I want to do something where people can have resources to be better at their jobs, grow at their jobs in a safe and supportive way, and not look at learning as punishment or a drag. I really wanted it to be something that was relevant to people and interesting. And that's kind of where the idea for Skill Cycle started. We started as a coaching company, so connecting people to real life human coaches that they would meet virtually just like this. And over the last 7 years, we've evolved into a full talent development organization. So essentially building the tools for people to get feedback, to understand, what am I good at? What do I maybe need some help with? And then attach that to learning opportunities. So whether that's learning content, live human coaching, or AI augmented support as well in the flow of work. So I talk about this stuff every day, all the time. And my favorite part is that we work with so many different types of organizations, from, a 50-person, family-owned business to a huge enterprise organization of over 10,000 employees. And each of those organizations have different requirements and different needs. And so our job is to kind of find that common thread that makes us the resource that helps every employee to feel seen and have access to what they need.
I love it. That's amazing. Particularly because I love talking about performance management, but that is not why we're here. Although I could go on so many tangents.
Oh, me too.
I'm sure. So with Skill Cycle, how do you all deal with, manage, support, encourage accessibility? What is like the number one thing that you want folks to hear about?
Yeah. So it's funny. The accessibility conversations at Skill Cycle didn't start until I think it was maybe 3 years ago. Not because we were avoiding them. I think we were victims of our own hubris, where we were like, we come from HR, we do all the things. So we didn't necessarily understand what about our website needed to be more accessible, what about our product needed to be more accessible, until we signed with this customer who they signed a small pilot with us. They're a higher education institution. And, they were offering some coaching to some people. They really liked it. They wanted to do more. In order to do more, they had requirements that our technology had to have, because, higher ed is, I think, really good at making sure that there's accessibility in everything that they offer to their staff, to their students. And so that was when our conversations really started, because we were like, okay, well, we want this deal. We're still, a startup. Any deal is exciting to chase. This was a partner who we liked working with them. They liked working with us. We saw good results. So, we were like, what do we need to do? And that was when we really started to have conversations around accessibility. And I think, and they really started because we were like, we didn't realize we weren't. And so what's been interesting was having that customer who was sort of in it with us from the beginning to say, hey, this is something that matters to us. If working with us matters to you, this is where we need you to be. And our style, just as an organization, we're very collaborative. We love to partner. And we also selfishly saw it as, this is a revenue generating strategy right here, because it not only contributes to winning this deal with this customer, but also it opens up to a lot of others that we might not even realize that we were missing out on. And so the beauty of the whole process was we got a list of what we needed to do. And we just kind of had to go through the list. It was things like, adjusting colors on the website and on the product to make them more visually accessible. It was things like putting closed captions on our learning videos. Again, things that now in hindsight seem so obvious, but were sort of this learning moment. And what was interesting is that it wasn't as hard as we thought it was going to be. So I think the key was sort of having a really good partner to sort of kick us off in the conversation. They had skin in the game. We had a revenue reason to do it. And then the list was still all completely reasonable things that didn't seem that difficult and ultimately weren't. So it's been a cool journey, and it's sort of one of those things now. As standard part of our development is we have an accessibility check for every single, roadmap item. Every single thing that we do is just that's now just built into the process. So moving forward, we're just always where we need to be.
That's amazing. And I think you're highlighting something really important, especially for our viewers. Either they are folks who work in organizations as an individual contributor or their leadership, but like the idea that anyone can become disabled at any point, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
the accessibility by an accident, you could age into a disability. Anything can really happen. The idea of becoming disabled needs to be part of the conversation because accessibility, as you pointed out, is just, it can be so light. Just as I'm colorblind, fun fact, folks, as a woman, that's not a very common thing. So that is something a lot of folks don't think about is how colors, and you said contrast, etc. It's
Yeah.
something that people don't think about until they realize, oh, this is something for us. So you mentioned that it was easier is the wrong word. It was more accessible for you all to have the list from your client. Are there tips or tricks that you would give to any of our listeners or our viewers on what could they do today to start those accessibility checks or to even start thinking about some of these things?
Yeah. So I think it's going to be important to think about where you want to start. So do you want to start with your experience at the company? So sort of your workplace experience. So are we looking at internal policies? Are we looking at physical office setup or physical office, contributors? Or do you need to or want to look at it from this is for our customers kind of perspective? Because it can feel like a huge list or just a lot to undertake. And my recommendation is always to kind of start with something that is going to have a big impact or it can have a good impact, but isn't boiling the ocean all at once. I love speaking in cliches, but
Never heard that one, but I like it.
yeah, yeah, because it can feel like, we're going from zero accessibility to now, the goal is to be perfect, right? Whatever
Right.
perfect might mean in a situation where things are always changing and evolving as people change and evolve. Um, but I think that's sort of the part that makes it less intimidating for yourself to take on. And it makes it easier for you to find your champions to champion the specific change that you're looking at. So, I think most of us, I don't want to say what I think people think. In my experience, what I've seen is that we tend to focus a lot on our lived experience first. And so that makes complete sense, right? We're human. This is what we think. So if you're starting with your lived experience, think of it as your workplace. So are there policies? There sometimes can be little things like, changing the name of a policy from maternity leave to parental leave. That is just that's an important step in that direction, but it doesn't make everybody think that there's going to be this huge undertaking of work. So you can start to get some good momentum and good little wins without kind of saying, this is everything we need to do all at once, because everyone's going to get intimidated. People resist change no matter what. So that's what I would say to kind of start first. Yeah, I would say start with your workplace if you can.
I love what you said about perfection. I think one of the biggest barriers for people in any type of equity work, doesn't matter what you call it, or employee experience, HR, et cetera, is we want things to be perfect or we want to say the right thing or do the right thing. And when we remove that moral imperative, we're progressing. And you just said it, things evolve, things change. What could have been accessible 5 years ago might no longer be accessible. Language
Mhm.
changes, right? So I love that you're highlighting, don't focus on perfection, focus on progress, focus on the evolution, focus on the here and now. And in most cases, focus on your workplace. Like, what are those small shifts?
Yeah. And partnership. I
Yes.
think, not to cut you off, I think that's sort of the key thing because, you know, you can't go at a big initiative alone.
Truth.
where you can't go at any kind of initiative alone unless it's your own personal initiative, right, for yourself. But there's a natural tendency for people to fear change or to fear something that they can't relate to or that they don't understand. And so it sounds all well and good when you can tell a story in hindsight and say, "Oh yeah, it went great. It was perfect." But, that's rarely the way that it ever actually goes. Expect that there will be resistance, and that resistance is usually coming from a place of fear of change. And frankly, just to say it, there's also a political aspect to it that people just resist aspects of accessibility because they think that that puts them in some sort of moral position that makes them better than whatever. So, it's kind of one of those things that I think it's really important to have clear conviction in what it is that you want and need, and encourage some sort of collaborative partnership. And the thing that it's so funny because I have an HR brain and I have a founder brain and I have a revenue brain. The thing that will help any organization start to think about accessibility is if you can tie it to some sort of business bottom line. So, how it's going to save you money or make you money. And at first, it might feel a little weird because you want to just be like, it's just the right thing to do. And it is. But in order for it to get, in a lot of situations, in order for it to get the attention that it needs to be connected to this is how we're going to win more customers. This is how we're going to stop losing money in people turning over because this workplace isn't built for them. And so it's just the truth of it because there's always going to be that resistance. But if you can tie it to something businessy, I'll say, it helps you to get that buy-in and that collaboration because it shows it as like, hey, this is something that we care about together. This is how we can go about it.
Absolutely. And I appreciate your emphasis on partnership and collaboration. So for folks, if they're working at organizations with employee resource groups or with human resources, or they have a employee experience person, if they can, starting those conversations can be as simple as I noticed something on the website. That could be it. It
Yeah.
could be here's something that I think it could be an individual contributor who has no stake in whatever the thing is and is just thinking from another perspective and your perspective on the return on investment. I don't call it the business case, I call it ROI
Yeah.
because it's an investment, right? Like
Yeah.
we're investing money in order to be somewhere. To add on to your point about folks using the business case or return on investment, look at the statistics. I mean, more people than not are disabled or under that umbrella neurodivergent. So like these are things that will eventually impact the business decisions, business
Yeah.
case, whatever.
Yeah. Business impact.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm with you.
What what else do you want to leave our listeners with? Because we're coming up on time.
Yeah, I would say don't get discouraged, which I know
Mm.
is such an easy thing to say right now when we're in these types of conversations. Um, but it is sort of, don't get discouraged when there's something that is important and there's something that does matter. Staying, Sticking with what you're passionate about and sticking with what matters will go a long way because the thing that I know about change management, which is something that HR does a lot, you can live and breathe change management, is that a lot of people need to hear the same message. It used to be like 7 to 9 times. I say now it's more like 50 because everyone's just hearing so much stuff. But the more consistent you are in repeating yourself, in saying the same things, letting things kind of like fail and then bring them back and say, well, this could have solved that or this could have done that. Just don't get discouraged and stick with your ideas and stick with what you know is going to matter because some people just need to hear it a bunch before they realize that this is something that they need to help move forward to. And when you are feeling those moments where you're discouraged and you're just like, I want to throw the whole thing away, call a friend, call someone in your community, talk about that because that needs to be acknowledged, processed. Maybe you'll get help. Maybe you just need to vent. All of that stuff is part of this work and it's part of this experience. So
Absolutely.
stick with it. I believe in you. Whoever you are listening right now, I believe in you.
I believe in you too. Take a nap also.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes that's just what you need.
Sometimes
It's-
it's, or touch some grass.
yeah.
Sometimes
Do I need
that's
to quit
okay.
my job or do I just need a nap? Maybe a walk
I-
around the block.
Do I need lunch?
Yeah.
Ask
Usually
yourself
that's
that
that.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, those questions are important.
Yeah.
So thanks, folks, for tuning in. Rebecca is on LinkedIn and is active. So if you want to follow her, I'm sure there are resources somewhere on the Rethink Ability website. Rebecca, thank you. You're a joy.
Thank you. Likewise.
Have a good rest of your day.
Have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome to this 15-minute yoga nidra practice designed to reset your nervous system. Please find yourself in a comfortable position, preferably lying down, though sitting is perfectly fine. Just choose whatever position will allow your body to completely relax and let go at this current time. Begin to close your eyes. During this guided meditation, you'll remain awake and aware while your body enters a state of deep rest. Your nervous system will shift from fight or flight into rest and digest. Please ensure you are not driving as sleep can occur. Let's begin with a few deep breaths to help us settle into the body. Inhale deeply until you feel your lungs can't take in any more air. And sigh it all out. Let's do that again. Inhale all the way. And exhale it all out. Repeat that 2 more times. Let your breath find its natural rhythm again while we set an intention for this practice. Silently repeat to yourself, I am calm and at peace. I am calm and at peace. Feel these words resonate in every cell of your body. Begin to notice all the places where your body makes contact with the surface beneath you. Feel where your heels touch, the back of your calves, your glutes, your lower back, your upper back, your arms, and your head. With each exhale, allow yourself to sink a little bit deeper into the surface beneath you. Start to move your awareness now to your feet. Notice any sensations in your toes, the soles of your feet, your ankles. There might be tingling or a sense of coolness, or perhaps no sensation at all. Moving up through your calves, your knees, your thighs. Become aware of any tension or heaviness there. Now notice your hips, your lower back. Your belly rising and falling with each breath. Feeling your upper back, chest, shoulders. Perhaps you sense one shoulder resting differently than the other. Move your awareness now down your arms to your elbows, wrists, hands, and fingers. Notice any pulsing or tingling sensations. Bring attention now to your neck, throat, jaw, tongue. Softening your cheeks, your eyes, your forehead. Allowing your face to soften. Sense your whole body as one, resting on the surface beneath you. Your whole body resting in peace. Begin to visualize a small, peaceful blue light, like a tiny star, floating just above your forehead. As you breathe in, watch this light slowly descend down through and into your body, passing through your head, throat, down your chest, belly, hips, legs, all the way down to your feet. As it travels, feel it dissolving any remaining tension. With each exhale, this light expands slightly, filling your body with cool, calming sensation. Feel your whole body bathed in this soothing light, completely relaxed. Start to bring gentle movement back to your body. Wiggling fingers and toes. Extending your inhales and exhales. Perhaps stretching if that feels good to you. And when you're ready, slowly start to blink open your eyes. Your nervous system is now reset. Thank you for joining me, and please return to this meditation anytime you need.
Hi everyone. It's nice to be here. I have delayed making this because I thought it needed to be perfect. But then I realized experiencing grief is not perfect. So I know that all of you will bear with me and understand that this, grief is what it is. So I'm Stephanie Fackrell. I am the founder of Disruptive HR. I've been in recruiting and HR my whole career, and I'm so thrilled that Rethink Ability has asked me to come today and talk about grief and my experience with grief. I would say that the last year has been the worst year of my life. And that's because I've been knee-deep in experiencing grief. I think all of us have experienced grief at one point or another, through job loss, through relationship loss, and I think, that feels really terrible as you're going through it, but you're able to look back years later and reflect, have 2020 hindsight, and think, oh, maybe that was bad, but that wasn't so bad. And I would say, the night of July 6th, when I got the phone call that my brother was killed by a drunk driver, that's the kind of grief that is life-changing and never leaves you. So, I thought I knew what grief was. I thought I knew what empathy was before this experience happened. And, it has turned my life upside down. It's been like a gut punch. I think I always say grief is a beast, and it truly is. I think in those early days after I found out about my brother, it was just all too much for me. I laid in bed. I didn't do anything. I just had to sit with, the feelings that were going on. I was pretty much immobilized. I think that's where grief is a temporary disabling, right? You just don't know from minute to minute how you're going to feel. That was one of my mantras to help me get through, was just this minute, and I'm gonna be all right. In the early days, I would ask my brother for courage. I would talk to him, just us, to the universe, to the ether. I knew he was out there. I needed his strength. I didn't think I would be able to go to his funeral. I needed to be medicated to do that. And I think there's no shame in asking for help or medication or whatever's going to get you through. it was, that first, I would say, couple weeks is a big blur. I was with family, I was surrounded by friends, my husband, a community, but I didn't want to be here. Like, not in a suicidal way, but in a, what does all this matter? What does this mean? Will I be able to go on? My future always involved my brother being in it. And what does the future look like now that he won't be in it? So I had to think about all those feelings. I turned to music and nature, reading poetry, resting. I'm not big on rest, so to be able to sit and just rest, to lay down, to just stare at a wall, not do anything, those were really much needed and healing activities. Laying down really isn't an activity, but that did help me get through. I know that my family members and a lot of people will turn to religion in times of grief. But that just didn't work for me. There was no grand explanation why my brother is not here anymore. I don't think my dad said he's in a better place, and I'm like, fuck that. He is not in a better place. He should be here with us. And I'm in those early days, I'm an entrepreneur, so I had the luxury of taking a month off. I didn't look at social media. I didn't work on any projects. I didn't try to do any business development. I really just sat with my feelings to process that, because to get back into the hustle and bustle of every day, I know myself, and that wouldn't work for me. And I know that is a luxury that I was able to give myself, to just be for 1 month. My siblings had to go back to work within a couple of days of the funeral, and their grief hit them way later. We're all still grappling with it, but I think I'm definitely in a better place because I was able to sit with it and think through it and just feel all my feelings. They do talk about the stages of grief. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. There are 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I may have cycled through those. I may still be cycling through those. I don't buy that that you ever have to accept, that you I think throw out the playbook. I think grief is so unique and everybody's experience is going to be different. Don't buy into that you have to be over it in a certain amount of time. You can read books, you can hire a grief coach, but really it's a personal experience that only you know and you understand within yourself. It's definitely not linear. There's no timeline. And I don't think that anyone should put pressure on themselves to feel that they need to be over anything at any certain amount of time. I think, one of the beautiful things for me is sitting with this grief and trying to commune with other people. I had once I came out of my cocoon of grief, I started to go out and be in the community again, which was very hard because I'm still very fragile. I went to go get this tattoo of my brother's initials, and the tattoo artist shared her experience of grief with me. I went and got my car a tune-up, and my mechanic shared his story of grief with me. And these experiences were so healing for me because I didn't feel alone. And people who have experienced grief like mine understand the spot that I'm in and understand how long-term it's going to be. Again, I'm just speaking about my experience. Everybody's experience will be different in how they process and handle grief. But it really is a beast, and you should be very delicate with yourself. It does help you understand the perspective of other individuals. I always thought I knew what grief was. I thought I knew what empathy was, but until this happened, I was awakened to what it really is and how difficult it really is. I'm still very delicate. I am able to get through long periods of time without breaking down, but you know, I could hear a heavy metal song that my brother liked and cry my eyes out for 5 minutes, and that's okay. There's no shame, there's no judgment. I give myself grace. I always offer myself grace because I think that this is something I'm going to live with forever, this grief. It will get lighter. It will not be as tender, but it will always be there. I do like to say that I'm in my soft girl era, my emo era, and it is my pleasure and my good fortune that I've been able to share my grief and have it resonate with people and have it be an open door where people can speak to me about their grief, where they haven't been able to do that because it feels stigmatized or they've been told that they need to get over it. But I'm always going to talk about what I've been through. I'm always going to look to talk about my brother and my love for him. And I would give anything to have him here. But I'm so grateful for our time together. And I know that he's with me everywhere and will always be. I want to leave you with a quote from, I read the Molly Jong Fast book, and she says there's just no way you can get around grief. If you don't deal with it immediately, you're going to be dealing with it 10, 15, 20 years from now. So if you have the opportunity and the luxury of time, no matter, if you go through a situation like mine, which I hope you never do, grief is going to come for us all, and I think you just need to allow yourself time and space and surround yourself with people who will listen and comfort you. I know that a lot of companies aren't offering bereavement for more than 3 to 5 days, which is just inhumane. But there's an amazing company that I got connected with after I came back online into real life. Bereave, B-E-R-E-A-V-E. They are trying to change the landscape of how companies offer bereavement leave. And so if you are in control of your organization's HR policies, I highly recommend that you get in touch with Bereave or a company similar to them, because grief doesn't have a timeline. 2 days, 3 days, that's just inhumane. It's going to come in dribs and drabs. You could be fine for a week, and then you could not be fine for you could not be fine for a week. You could be fine for 6 months, and then you might have something come up where you need some time off. Anyway, It's been my pleasure to talk about my experience. And if I can help just one person, know that I see you and I'm holding you in my heart. If you are experiencing grief now or have in the past, just sit with it and let yourself feel it. Be in your soft girl or soft boy era. It's okay. And it's going to make you a more empathetic and compassionate person, whether you were looking for that or not. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Excuse me as I've been crying in the background. That was Stephanie. Just thank you for sharing that. I can't really talk right now. That was wild. Thank you for sharing that. I'm so excited to welcome Kendra. Kendra is one of our steering committee members. Couldn't have done this without her. She is leading a couple of our sessions. The one after the session, Kendra is actually on the panel for. So thank you for being here. But I'm going to pass it over to her to do a little bit of some guided sensory breaks as we kind of decompress from that session that we just watched. So Kendra, welcome. So glad to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Kendra Koch. I'm the founder of Divergently, which is a platform for late diagnosed neurodivergent women. And I kind of got into that work by coming to a late identification for my own sensory needs. And so I've been a huge fan of, hey Jeffrey, I've been a huge fan of learning different tools and strategies for helping you regulate or kind of, yeah, decompress, calm your body, re-energize. Um, it's especially critical, I think, now with so much going on in the world and all of us trying to hold, whatever it is we're holding, grief, caretaking, responsibilities, and go to work and be parents and be experiencing like health challenges or whatever it is. And so, yeah, if you'd like to join me, I will demonstrate some exercises that are super simple. You need no equipment. You can do them anywhere. You can do them in your car, at your desk, and they don't cost anything. You're welcome to just watch. You're welcome to participate with me. If you want to go on camera, you can, but you don't have to. So this is like really for you. Um, the first one I'm going to start with is like I just call it like a sensory hug. So it's a way for you to get bilateral stimulation, which helps your brain process information and regulate your nervous system. And it also is a good way to get compression on your body, which provides sensory input and can help ground you. So you just need your hands, that's it. And it's going to look like maybe feel a little awkward, but after you do it a few times, you'll see it actually feels really good. So you take one of your hands and just place it like here under your arm, like kind of under your armpit. You don't have to hold your armpit, but just like on your body. And then put your arm over your hand. And yes, yeah, Jessica's saying those of us with CPTSD know all about bilateral stimulation. Yeah, it's really great. So get your hand under your armpit, and then I like to keep my thumb kind of tucked here. So it's almost like you're giving the side of your body a squeeze. And then put your arm down, and then you're going to hug your other side with your hand. So you're like this, like it's a hug, but it's not a full hug like this. You want to keep one hand tucked in and one hand over. And then you can just sort of like squeeze your arms. Um, you can give yourself like a little bit of a muscle compression and then relax. You can move up to your shoulder, and then you want to switch. So get this hand under your armpit and then this hand over here, and then do the same thing. You can do it for 3 seconds or 30 seconds or 2 minutes, whatever you need. And it's a little hard to tell from my seat, so I'll try and back up. But let's say you're sitting at your desk and you're just in a meeting or something and it's a bit overwhelming. You can actually just kind of sit like this and put your elbows on your desk. And let me see if I can fix my camera so it's not moving around. And then you can kind of lean like that so you can give yourself that bilateral stimulation without having to let anyone know that you're doing it, which is great. Does anybody have questions about that, or did anyone try it? I'd love to hear thoughts, or if anyone's done anything like that before. And feel free to keep it in the chat too, if easier. Okay, I'll just give it another minute. Is there a way to do this exercise more discreetly? Yeah, so Greer's wondering if you can do it more discreetly. I think yeah, so Katie says, I also love rubbing my arm or putting hand to chest, like here. Yeah, that's a good way. Or you can also, you can squeeze your thighs. And another great way to get some kind of like muscle compression and relaxation is to raise your calves up and down. So if you're sitting, just bring your feet up on your tippy toes, almost like you're a little ballerina, and squeeze your calves. And that actually is super relaxing. It helps bring blood flow through your body. And another great thing about that is it actually helps regulate your blood sugar. So if you're having like the 3 p.m. after a meal slump, raising your calves up and down is pretty discreet, like especially if your feet are under a desk. And it's also like, a little bit fidgety. So you get a lot there without having to do much or be obvious about it. Jessica says tapping too. Yeah, so um, there's different methodologies of tapping, but one is like you can just tap your fingers and you can do it under your desk, or you can do it like with your hands resting in your lap. And so you can go like this and then just move your fingers down and then just go back and forth. And if you're not dealing with OCD or something where this could be triggering, it can be helpful to also count. So counting can be regulating because it gets you present. But just know yourself and whether that's going to be helpful or problematic, because it depends on the person. There's other forms of tapping. I would recommend looking it up on YouTube because I don't actually know the full tapping method, but I know that can be helpful. There is like the butterfly hug, which is similar to tapping. So with a butterfly hug, you want to take your hands and then just grab your thumbs together. So you're making a little butterfly. And this is also a way to get bilateral stimulation. This one, I don't know if you would want to do in a meeting, but it depends on your team, I guess. And then you put your hands on your chest. Maybe you can go in the bathroom and do it. And then you just breathe deeply in and out. So we can all do it together. I'm going to breathe in and out. And now I'm going to start tapping. So my thumbs are hooked. And it's just 1, 2. And you can use like a decent amount of pressure. So you're kind of giving yourself a firm tap. And what happens here is you're getting some vibration like right on your chest and where your lungs are, brings blood flow. It's bilateral stimulation for your brain. And it's also really grounding and can make you feel present. This is also used a lot in trauma work for anxiety. A lot of times I use it with my kids. So if she's having a meltdown, I'll put her in my lap and then I'll put my hands over her body and do butterfly tapping on her to help her regulate herself. So it's a great tool also for parents if we have any parents in the room. Yeah, it looks like a few people tried out the self hug. That's great. Are there any questions before I move on to the next one? I'll give it a little bit. Okay, appreciate new things for my toolkit. Yeah, it's really handy to have stuff that you can use in a pinch. I feel like the health and wellness industry likes to sell a lot of products, but a lot of times we just need ourselves in a few minutes. Um, okay, so this next one is a mindfulness exercise. I really like it when I'm starting to notice myself like getting into cyclical thinking where I'm like worrying about something, or I'm getting anxious, or I have to go into a big meeting and I'm not sure if I feel prepared and I'm just kind of scattered. So it's a good way to bring yourself back into the present. And again, like you don't need any equipment. You can do it completely by yourself. You can do it with people. You can do it anywhere. Eyes open or eyes closed. I will guide this exercise eyes closed, but just do what works for you. Like if you're at work, you might want to just do it while you're sitting at your desk. No one will know. Um, so this is like a multi-sensory mindfulness exercise where you're going to kind of scan all of your senses and just notice what's going on. So like especially after a video like we just watched that has a lot of emotion, um, sometimes we can have physical reactions to emotion and not really notice them until later when we realize, oh, we're completely wiped out, we need a day on the couch, or maybe, you know, you just start to get a little bit of a headache, or that can sometimes be related to emotions. So it's handy to do this kind of scan once in a while. And I'm going to go ahead and just demonstrate. So I'm going to close my eyes, but you can do it eyes open. And we'll start with breathing. So I'll take a deep breath in through the nose, and then one out through the mouth. And one more. Breathe in and out. And now we're going to start by noticing what we observe in our environment around us. So you might want to think about what can you hear? What sensations are you feeling in your fingertips? Maybe there's some cold in your fingers. Maybe you're noticing, like I'm noticing my feet feel a little bit damp, like I probably stepped in a puddle, get left behind, um, which is a gross feeling. Let's see what else. Do you see anything? Do you have any visual images in your mind? What can you feel? I can feel my hard wooden desk. I can feel my legs on the seat of my chair. I can feel the seam in my pants. If you're noticing things that seem uncomfortable, feel free to adjust, or you can just see it, notice it, and then move on. I can smell my coffee that's sitting on my desk. I can taste the coffee that I just had in my mouth. So just scan from each of your senses and see what's immediately there. I just heard myself swallow. A lot of times neurodivergent folks might feel or experience their digestion, which can be kind of overwhelming and something that can contribute to sensory overload. See if any of that's going on, or maybe you block it out. And now that you're being present, your body's telling you you're thirsty or you're hungry. I just take a couple more seconds and then breathe in, breathe out. And you can kind of just like shake it out. Um, okay. And see what's coming to you. Right after I did that just now, I felt like a lot of heat in my head. I felt some kind of like air moving around from probably the heater in my room. And now I'm just back with you all. I'll give everybody a moment. Did anybody notice anything come up that maybe you were kind of ignoring before, or that surprised you, or that you realized you needed to adjust or accept? Greer says my heart rate went down. Yeah, hopefully that's great. My breathing has slowed. Um, and like the other thing too is almost always our heart rate will go down and our breathing will slow and we'll kind of feel our brain calm a bit. But if that doesn't happen, it's okay. I think there's a lot of myths around meditation and mindfulness that the goal is to create a silent mind. And that's not true at all. I think the point of it is actually to be aware of what's going on in your body and mind, not to silence it. It's not really natural to have nothing. Um, I think it's more like not letting stuff derail you or be so overwhelming that it's causing anxiety or um, causing challenges in your day. And so, if we can think of mindfulness and meditation as more of a tool to help us get present and be more self aware versus like an achievement that we have to reach, I find it can be a lot more helpful there. Um, okay, how are we doing, Greer and Jessica? I can keep going if you'd like.
It's
Let's
totally
see,
up
are
to
we all
you.
set?
We can
Um,
also do a break for lunch, so it's totally up to you.
how's everybody feeling? I don't want to be overwhelming with the tools. You guys want to go eat? Okay, I can also.
Oh, Melissa says more tools.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to share more. Okay, so let me grab a link because I have a blog post with lots of grounding exercises that you can just keep handy. And then I will go through one more that we can all learn together. Okay, there's 5 grounding exercises here. And then I'll go through one more. It's pretty quick, so we don't need to take a lot of time if you want to go eat. So actually, we don't even have to do anything. I'm going to just share like a couple strategies. I have one rule of thumb and I actually like made a sticky note and taped it up on my computer. And it says when when you're like if in doubt, get outside or get in water. So I find that one of those two things almost always helps for almost anything. Like if I have a migraine and I get outside and breathe some fresh air or hop in the shower, it's just like a really good reset and really great for your sensory system. Is also great for kids. So that could look like just washing your hands or rubbing ice down the back of your neck or on putting your face in a bowl of cool water or in the sink, taking a shower or bath. Getting outside doesn't have to be like go for a long run or sit on your porch. You can just open your window and breathe some fresh air. It doesn't need to be like this big thing. And even if you're in your car, like sometimes for me, it's just opening up my windows and feeling the breeze while I'm driving, even if it's chilly or a bit damp. So that's a really great handy reset. And another one I would say is activating your vagus nerve, which I guess like here is kind of a good way to say like where you would feel it, but um the vagus nerve is really central to, oh yeah, sour candy. That's a really good one too. Greer mentioned in the comments. So sour candy, crunchy food like nuts or vegetable sticks or like yeah, chips and stuff are also fine, but that can mess with your blood sugar. But like getting a sensory experience through eating can definitely be a good reset. Um, Also bubbles in water or like sour in your drink. Yeah, hot cold drinks or mints. Yeah, those are all really good. Um, so getting back to the vagus nerve, like some things you can do are humming. And truly, like it feels a bit silly at the beginning, or at least it did for me. So sometimes I'll just do it when my kid's doing it so I don't feel so silly. But if you're in your car, in your shower, or whatever, it's not going to hurt anything. Humming and singing are two incredible ways to regulate your nervous system. They both activate the vagus nerve and they both tell your brain that you're safe. So if you can, like even hum a little bit under your breath and get that vibration going in your mouth and like a little bit down around here, that can be really helpful. And another way to tell your brain that you're safe and help calm you is to listen to the sound of water. So even if you can't get in water, listen to the sound of water on a YouTube video or a playlist or have a fountain in on your counter or running water and listening to the sound of birds because evolutionarily um, if the birds are chirping, that means the environment is safe. And so when our brains hear birds chirping, we know that our environment is safe. And that can be one way to kind of trick your brain into being um, calm. So like some of these tools I just have going for a lot of my day. Like I'll have a very chill playlist with bird sounds. Jessica recommends bird song on YouTube. Can be low volume, playing in the background. Or if it's raining outside, I'll open the window so I hear the running water. So little things like that, especially if you stack them, can be super helpful for just like regulating your nervous system, dealing with anxiety, dealing with like CPTSD, great for neurodivergent folks, but they're tools that anyone can use. I'm happy to answer questions. I know everybody's probably hungry and we have a couple more events for the day, so I won't take too much time, but I'm here, so feel free to reach out.
Amazing, Kendra. Thank you so much. I feel relaxed, especially after the Stephanie session. So thank you. Definitely feel a bit more grounded and just able to kind of process. So very much appreciate that. We're going to take a short little break. The Zoom will stay up. We will put a screen share on a little bit of music that Kendra has shared with us. So feel free to step away, take some time. We will be back at 45. So 2:45 Eastern, 1:45 my time, I think 11:45 if I'm doing math correctly, PST. So please step away, take some time to take a break, and we will see you all back here soon on the mental health panel. Thanks, Kendra.
Yeah, thanks.
and God know when we all let from you out. Yeah, yeah. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. Yeah, yeah. From you out. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no tears. All our tears and God know when we all let from you out. Yeah, yeah. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. One of these old days. One of these old days. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna cry no more. Sometimes
could be something. You know what I need. Ain't no more to say. I'll be here anyway.
everybody. Welcome back. We are going to go ahead and welcome our panelists. Kendra, welcome. You are now a co-host. Stephanie, welcome. You are also a co-host.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Hi, Bhavik. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
And then Hannah. Hi, Hannah. Is everyone here?
Here.
All right, wonderful.
Perfect.
I'm going to go ahead, pop it over to you all. Enjoy the conversation. Thanks for being here.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Greer. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the State of Mental Health in the Workplace as part of the Rethink Ability Summit. We are here to talk about something that touches every organization, every leader, and every one of us. It's how we build workplaces that support mental health, not just when things go wrong, but every single day. For too long, mental health at work has been something we react to after a crisis, after burnout, after breakdowns, after a tragedy, in response to the things we see going on in our world. But the real opportunity, and dare I say responsibility, lies in proactive mental health support in our organizations. Today's conversation is about that shift from reactive to proactive, from stigma to storytelling, and from programs to culture. And that's why this conversation belongs as part of the Rethink Ability Summit, because supporting mental health isn't separate from disability inclusion, it's part of it. Mental health conditions are among the most common, yet least disclosed forms of disability in the workplace. And when we normalize conversations about stress, trauma, well being, we reduce stigma and increase accessibility and create cultures where people can show up fully as themselves. Psychological safety is disability inclusion and practice. I'm Stephanie Lemick. I'm the founder and CEO of the Wounded Workforce, an organization dedicated to workplace mental health advocacy and building trauma-informed workplaces and leaders. Prior to founding the Wounded Workforce, I spent nearly 2 decades in-house as an HR professional. So this conversation absolutely is near and dear to my heart, and it's an absolute honor to be joined by such an amazing group of people to have this conversation. So, as I'm facilitating this conversation today, I am so excited about the panel we have of leaders and practitioners who are doing this work in real time. Together, we're going to explore how to prepare managers to respond thoughtfully, reduce stigma, and through openness and storytelling, create environments where mental health conversations aren't the exception, they're the expectation. And I always love to welcome our panelists and let you all introduce yourselves. So I will introduce very briefly, I'll just say your name and then let each of you introduce yourselves. Kendra, I would love if you could kick us off.
Yeah, I'm Kendra Koch. I'm the founder and CEO of Divergently, which is a wellness platform and one-stop community for late identified women who are neurodivergent. And prior to Divergently, I worked in the health and wellness space for over a decade. And I am coming at this from the perspective of a person who has multiple invisible disabilities, but did not know until I was an adult and struggling at work and getting the wrong diagnosis. And so the perspective of going through that experience, being an employee in a lots of different work settings, but also from the side of being a founder and trying to figure out like how do you build a mentally healthy workplace. It's actually really hard, and I think it's really great when we have the opportunities to think about it from the start.
I love that. Thank you so much, Kendra. Bhavik, will you introduce yourself next?
Hi, yes, thanks, Stephanie. Hi, everyone. My name is Bhavik Shah. I'm a founder as well and a director of people and culture at an organization called Rewild, essentially doing all the people and culture related work in terms of creating equitable and inclusive workplaces. I also run my own business. It's a consultancy and a speaking engagement. We have a huge population of just one, me, myself, and I, over the last couple of years. So I've been doing that solopreneur life for a while. But my background is over 2 decades of work within the organizational corporate space. So I've done financial services for 12 years, investment banking and management consulting, looking at large scale integration work and really thinking about how to integrate some of the regulations that were happening in that world across different organizations. But then I moved into this space after I burnt out for the third time in my career. I was working in the UK. I was on a Brexit program, if anyone remembers that the UK was part of the EU a long time ago. And my job was to not only figure out what that would look like from an organizational operational perspective, but also lead a team of 8. And that was really difficult for me. And with that burnout came a lot of questions of how do I support my team, but how do I advocate for what I need for my organization? That cascaded to a whole new career path over the last decade. And I'm really excited to be here and talk all things workplace mental health and hopefully share some of my insights both as a practitioner and my personal lived experiences as a queer South Asian first generation person living in the world today.
Amazing. So great to have you. Such an honor to meet you too. This is
Yes,
our first time connecting us through this
yes.
panel. So great to connect.
Thank you.
Hannah, will you wrap us up for the introductions, please?
I will. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'll keep it brief because I know we have a lot to get through in the next 45 minutes or so. But my name's Hannah Olson. She, her pronouns. I need to add that to my name here. Um, Based in Atlanta, Georgia. Excited for today. I'm the co-founder and CEO of an organization called Disclo, and we help companies to manage the end-to-end accommodations process and really helping employees to navigate what to share, what not to share, and helping them navigate the process of disclosing illness in a way that's safe and confidential. And my own background of having lived with a chronic health condition, I had a permanent IV in my arm for about 3 years when I first entered the workplace. And so that really prompted me to tackle how do we create workplaces that are not only accessible, but really how do we help support folks through the process and make it as easy and comfortable for folks along the way. So I know we'll be getting into that a little bit more today, but super excited to join this panel. And I'm a last minute addition, so if there's a new name and new face, that is me. Great to be here.
Amazing. So great to have this group of folks together. I'm super excited for our conversation and I love Disclo. So we are excited to have you join us. Let's dive in. We do. We have a lot to cover. So let's dive in. Kendra, I would love to kick the first question over to you. Most organizations only start this conversation once it's already too late. What's driving that delay, and what does it take to move earlier on the curve from that reactive to proactive, like we talked about in the introduction?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why people wait till it's too late. Part of it can be the company's culture or the leadership. Um, I think generally the core root of it is fear. People just don't know what to do, how to handle it. Um, they're worried that there's going to be legal issues or compliance issues or management issues or like confusion, or they're not going to have the productivity they're looking for. And so they kick the can down the road and hope that everything is fine and think, okay, I'm just going to solve this if it becomes a problem. The real issue with that is that it will become a problem, especially if you're not addressing things from the beginning and creating space, because at the end of the day, organizations are run by people and people are human beings, and human beings are constantly going through different parts of life. Some of those can be really challenging, and it's pretty unrealistic to assume that those things are not going to affect your organization. Um, what was the other part of the question? I know there's two parts there. Did I
It
cover
is
it okay?
what does it take to move earlier on that curve to that
Yeah,
proactive?
Yeah, so I think like getting people in your organization to answer those I don't know what to do questions is really smart. And a lot of those people are in this room today. So I would like look at the list of everyone who's here because somebody in this room can definitely help you with that. I think the other thing too is as a leader, it's almost your imperative to figure out like what does mental health mean for my organization? And that starts with you. Like, what does mental health mean for me as the leader of this organization? If you're not modeling it, if you're not making it part of your culture in your own life, it's going to be really hard to get other people to buy into that. And prioritizing it. It just needs to be something that's on your list of non-negotiables.
I love that. What a great answer. Thank you. Bhavik, I know you spent time as a leader in some challenging situations. So, as a direct manager, we know that direct managers have an incredible influence on mental health. In fact, more influence on mental health than really any other person in many people's lives. Why is that? And what does that responsibility look like for managers in practice?
It's a great question. I signed up to answer this one as soon as we did that prep. The fundamental question I think we all answer on many occasions, and we probably have thought about, is that we think about our own personal safety and mental health when we have a very toxic manager. And I know all of us on this call have been professionals, been working for a really long time, and think about how does that impact us both personally and professionally, because managers not only dictate your progression in their careers, they often dictate how your experience will be because they're the first point of contact when you're doing your work, when you are onboarding into a new role, when you're joining a new organization. And it's if they create that safety, that trust level, and that support level, that cascades across the organization. Now, hopefully we've all had managers that are the opposite who have done that, who have put us in the right rooms, have advocated for our promotions, have fought for us when we needed that extra project to go, the extra mile, essentially when others may have doubted our capabilities and our skill sets, but our managers didn't. And that's what the impact is when a direct manager has. I don't know if people have seen this. I think it was about a year ago, year and a half ago, Forbes issued a study that's about 70% of employees say that direct managers have more of an influence on their mental health than their partners or therapists, which is an alarming stat, but also very true because of the amount we spend with our teams and our work that we spend 50, 60 hours a week, and we see our workmates and our managers more than we actually see our personal loved ones. So when we think about how much time we spend, the majority of time where our managers control that experience, both positive and not so positive, or sometimes in some situations negative and toxic, and I can attest to that being in 12 years of finance, I've been in many toxic situations. That carries with you. That doesn't shut off when you close the laptop. It stays with you when you go home. The way your mood changes, the way your ability to answer questions and ability to just process things and engage in society changes. So what I like to think is that uh, managers need to understand that they're not here to become therapists. They're here to make sure that it goes back to Kendra's point of being human, checking in and seeing how people are doing rather than just going straight to task-oriented goals or what the client needs to do. We have to model healthy behaviors. What does a showcase to the leadership team? Sorry, what does a showcase to the broader engagement of the team if your leadership is never taking time off, if they're answering emails at 11 p.m. at night? That sets a precedent, that sends a model, that sends a very strong sentiment that our mental health comes second to the work, to the mission of the organization. And which is not great to be, regardless of how mission impact or based work that we're doing. And I've done plenty of that. I'm still doing that now. We still have to look after our own mental health and lead by example. And the last piece of that is normalizing vulnerability as a queer South Asian man who has been told many times growing up that mental health is not a thing, that we shouldn't talk about it. I'm trying to change that narrative very much so to talk about my mental health challenges to the extent that I feel comfortable with. I'm not expecting people to solve my issues, but the pandemic was extremely hard for me. I survived a hate crime 3 years ago in my own neighborhood in New York. that was extremely hard for me. And I share these things because I know that connects our people as humans.
Oh, so much great there. And I want to call out the vulnerability is such a huge piece. And sometimes it's such a hard place to start. And I always recommend if you don't know where to start by saying, I don't know. And I don't know is just like the easiest, quickest way to model vulnerability. And you hit on something, Jessica's in the comments, and I can't help myself. She knows this is like a hot button of mine. We're not asking managers to be therapists when we talk about mental health. In fact, we don't want you to be therapists. That actually can do more harm than good. And I think when we shift the conversation and shift that expectation, we do so much to help everyone, including the managers who are carrying this weight. So I love so much good there. Thank you so much, Bhavik. Hannah, I'd love to kick this next one over to you and talk a little bit as you think about through your work at Disclo, you are seeing firsthand how disclosure and accommodation intersects with mental health. What are you noticing about how employees navigate sharing mental health needs, and where are employers still getting it wrong?
I will try to keep it super, super brief because there's so much I could say and I want to make sure we fit it all in. But I'll start by saying we're definitely seeing just across the board an uptick in folks disclosing mental health conditions. I think starting the business a couple years ago, even to just today, we are seeing more people getting there and starting to disclose. And so while we're seeing that, at the same time, I think employees are really still kind of walking the tightrope between wanting to be honest and then fearing the consequences that come with doing that. Um, People are, of course, just afraid of being labeled as unreliable or incapable. And I think especially this happens especially obviously in these more fast-paced, high performance type of cultures. And at the same time, we're also seeing these mass layoffs still happening. Obviously, yesterday we saw the news about Amazon and I think that kind of correlates directly to this concept of disclosing because people worry that if they give their employer any reason to believe that they're not capable of doing their job, that they're going to be a part of these layoffs and that's just going to kind of put a um, mark on their shoulder or something. And I think that's something we're obviously trying to change and we're getting there. Obviously, more and more people are disclosing, but I think employers, where they're still getting this wrong, is by treating mental health as something separate from disability or workplace accessibility. Obviously, there are laws that do protect these conditions, but I think a lot of HR teams today are still treating this as a benefit or as this wellness issue. It's something we hear all the time. And I think not to say that it's not great to have a Spring Health in place or one of these, platforms for mental health, but it is a separate issue around accommodations and disclosure, and there are legal protections. And I think when we separate the two, we send the message that mental health is optional, when in reality it is compassion, it is about compliance, it's about all of these things. And so we have to make sure that um, it's tied into those initiatives. So that's kind of a high level view of what we're seeing from the employer and employee perspective.
So interesting, so important. And it's, great to hear more people are disclosing, but it's also challenging to understand that a lot of those disclosures are coming because people are in environments where it's like, I can't help but have something else available to me. I love that.
Totally.
We're going to shift a little bit to thinking about prevention and action. And I'd love to kick this over to you, Bhavik. If employees don't show warning signs before if many employees don't show warning signs before they struggle, what does proactive prevention really look like then?
Great question. It comes down to really a few things, maybe two fundamental things, trust and psychological safety. And a lot of people over the years have, talked about what does psychological safety really look like. So let me really define what that is in practice. It's essentially being able to express your views, have different discussions, say that something is incorrect or, voice your opinion in a very confident and competent manner without the fear of retaliation. And for a lot of marginalized communities, that is something that we always fear, that if we do express something, that maybe the psychological safety is not there. And I will say this caveat that it has nothing to do sometimes with the organization itself. Sometimes it's just past work experiences or our own identities and experiences have that been so embedded within our culture that we are just fearful from the get-go. Similar to how a child is fearful of strangers, it's something that's really embedded with them. That doesn't mean that the person is a bad person. So something that we have to think about as organizations is that are we creating that trust and psychological safety from the beginning, from the interview process to all the way to onboarding, to the employee experience, and then also to even offboarding? Are we giving people the freedom to say, hey, maybe this organization wasn't really working out for me, but we want you to succeed. We want you to progress rather than retaliating or making them feel guilty or, all these different toxic emotions that, have been involved in an offboarding process as well. So now with that said, if that trust and psychological safety are there, employees may not show things that are considered as warning signs. They may feel that if they're not able to hide their mental challenges, that to Hannah's point, they'll be reprimanded, they can't do the job, etc. So what you need to do as organizations is consistently send that message that your mental health is just as important as the work, as the performance, as our client deliverables. Leaders need to acknowledge this moment in history. It is a very unique and disastrous moment in some cases. In other cases, it's great because we're having conversations like this and we have people like this doing the work. But we also have to be very cognizant and realistic that what's happening in our country is not normal. What's happening around the world is not normal. And if leaders can continuously show vulnerability, share their experiences, and even just invest into resources that will benefit the organization, then employees may not need to show the signs and they may not have to worry about telling folks that they're struggling with something. They can just go and get the support that they need. And that's proactive prevention. It's providing people with the different accessibilities that they deserve. The trust and vulnerability allows someone to openly talk about, hey, you could talk about your mental health struggles and we're not going to actually hold it against you. The benefits and the investments that you make in terms of mental health support also making it accessible for those folks who still don't feel comfortable, regardless if there's a psychological safety and trust embedded into the organization. And I actually sent an article in the chat that I wrote recently with Harvard Business Review about how so many companies in this wellness space are losing money because research is showing they're not as effective. And shocker, it's not going to be effective if you put this fancy Headspace app on, but you don't fit your communication styles, you don't fit your working styles, you're not training your people managers to actually, operate with empathy and strategy rather than just business as usual, which I find in this landscape, in this current point in history, acting like business as usual is ridiculous. It's dehumanizing the value that we bring within the organization, and it's basically saying that you as a person and your identity as as an individual is not as important as the work in itself. So if you do both aspects of things, trust and psychological safety for those folks who feel open to share, and then the resources and benefits that fit for purpose, then you can look at proactive prevention.
I love that. So, so amazing. This is a question just for any of you, if you'd like to jump in and answer. Managers often fear crossing boundaries. How can we help them feel confident in having supportive conversations while still staying in their lane?
I think Bhavik's had a lot of great points on this topic already, but I think especially what we see often is that managers are the front line. They're the people that employees often go to first because they interact with them the most, and oftentimes they feel, a sense of trust. And people are like, I don't want to go to my HR department, so I'm just going to go to my manager. And I do like to think that managers have the right intention, just oftentimes the wrong execution. Um, this already got brought up before, but I think managers can feel like it's their duty to solve and their duty to make decisions. But again, it's not about playing therapist or acting as your company's HR department. It's really about staying curious and being a good human. I think someone in the chat mentioned that as well. At the end of the day, this is a human conversation. This is all things that all of us could experience or have someone that around us that could. And so you don't need to solve the problem, but open the door. Training and scripts can help a lot for that. Giving managers the language and the guidance on how to respond in these situations, but making sure managers know how to respond and then when to loop in other people when it's important. For example, HR or legal if someone's now sharing medical information and needing accommodation needs. So Again, I think you don't have to solve everything, but just being a good human is a really good and easy starting point that we oftentimes overcomplicate by trying to be the fixer.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I think a lot of times we forget that employees really want to do a good job, So it's just like super helpful to remember that nobody wants to fail at work. So if they're struggling or they're coming to you with something that they're having a hard time with, it's because they need help, not because they're a crappy employee or they're lazy or they don't know how to do their job or all the things that a lot of times people's minds jump to. Um, and I think when people do feel that psychological safety that Bhavik was talking about, or they know that they can get the help that they need at work, they're even more likely to do a great job at work because one, they're supported, which is what they needed in the first place. And two, they understand that you see them as a person that cares. Um, I've truly never met a single person that like wanted to do a bad job in their job. Yeah.
I love that. I love too, Hannah, thinking, with my former HR executive hat, I love what you said about no wait, getting managers to know when to like tag someone else in. I used to do a training series and it was focused on you don't have to solve any of these problems, but I want you to know when you see the little flag raise and when to tap these resources. And I think that's so important because so much of this, I think the best managers are carrying a lot of weight because they want to do what's right. But I think a lot of that weight doesn't need to or shouldn't belong to them. And making sure we make that distinction is so huge. So thank you for that. I think that's fantastic.
Definitely.
Kendra, to kick another question over to you, can you share a practical example of a manager level intervention that prevented burnout or helped someone kind of stay well?
Yeah, I think the thing with burnout is that you need to know what's causing it before you figure out how to fix it because or prevent it. Um, I do feel like there's a perception that burnout is mostly just people being overworked. But back to my point before, like a lot of people actually do want to do a good job. They want to show up, they want to put their best into the work. And a lot of times, especially with neurodivergent folks, I've noticed that burnout comes from being misaligned in the role. And so, a really good thing for managers to do is make sure that employees have the right kind of work that fits their interests, their skills, um, whatever it is they want to contribute to the workplace. And when they've outgrown that role, to let them move on into a role that's a better fit or give them um, with the right amount of pay, a different position, or more responsibilities, or whatever it is. It doesn't always mean do less. There are cases where teams are overloaded and do less is the right answer. Um, but I think it's just being able to have conversations with people and know what their needs are, what their goals are, where there's sticking points at work that could be contributing to or eventually leading to burnout. The more in touch you are with your teams, the more likely you are going to be able to spot those things before they become a big issue. Yeah, and pay
Amazing.
people appropriately. No one can pay their bills with compliments. Yeah, no one can pay their bills with compliments, but you also should be acknowledging people because if you're doing so much work and you're showing up every day, putting a large portion of your life into the work you're doing in your team, and you never hear someone say, you're doing a good job, or I saw you did this, or you had this impact, it is going to contribute to burnout. Like people need to be seen for their contributions and paid.
Absolutely. I love that.
Tiffany, may I just ask, I add a quick
Yeah, please.
Um, I agree with everything that Kendra said, and one of the things I've seen in addition to that is that not only is there a misalignment in role, there's also not enough transparency in the role. There's
Mm.
a lot of gatekeeping in terms of information that can be shared with the employee of like, or the team member of like, why are we working late? Why are we doing these like astronomical, unrealistic things for our internal stakeholders or external stakeholders? And the reality of the situation is that sometimes we do have to eat our shit sandwiches. There are some, parts of our role, any role, even for me, who I love, who loves their job, sometimes there's part of it that just sucks, but I know why it sucks. No one is forcing me to do it. I understand the impact that it makes to do certain things, and the lack of transparency that employees have is so astronomical that when you're in the dark, you don't know how to lead. You know how to make, your work go past that sort of frustration point, which leads to burnout. And of course, there's like the whole pay equity issue, and then of course the progression in a career. But those little things, can we be a little bit more transparent with an organization? Can we acknowledge that some of the parts that we do are very extremely difficult to, rather than putting a very positive spin on everything? Not everything needs glitter and like sugar and the sprinkles. Sometimes the more transparency and the honesty that people get, the more they can actually effectively do their job. So I just wanted to add that piece because I think it's something that I've seen plenty, and I just wanted to bring that up.
Amazing. Thank you for that addition. I think that's so important. So important. Hannah, so I know many employees hesitate to disclose a mental health condition or request an accommodation until they're already in crisis. How can organizations create safer, more accessible processes for early disclosure and support?
Yeah, I have two separate thoughts here. I'll start with something that was already sort of brought up, but around starting this process before you even get a job. I think we see a lot of organizations just offer accommodations once you are hired. And it's something that you have to, when the moment comes up, you've got to go to HR or your manager, and then find out about that entire process. And I think bringing that into the interview process and having that as part of your job descriptions, I it's one thing to have a statement that says we're a company that supports all people with disabilities and we encourage you to apply. It's another thing to say we encourage you to request accommodations during the interview process. Here's how you can do so. That sets the tone from day one before you even applied to the job that we're a company that encourages this. That's thought one. Thought two, outside of the fear of disclosing, which, has already been addressed, I think a lot of people don't disclose early because they don't even know where to start. Or they fear, again, that it's going to go straight to their boss. So they sit and wait and oftentimes agonize over that decision. And so I think companies need to build systems that really remove that fear. And to do so, I think digitizing this is one way to really help the process. Today at my company, we do see a lot higher rates of disclosure when employees can submit their requests confidentially in writing, rather than having to go face to face to a manager and be on an awkward Zoom call that none of us want to have. Because in those moments, you end up saying way too much accidentally. It can start with saying, I have anxiety, and next thing you know, you've listed out your medications and the time of your therapy, and that's just normal. We get nervous and we spew things. So I think having a safe process in place, and then I think pairing that with transparent communication, what to expect, who's going to see your information, how it's protected. That's when we start to really build the trust. And I think getting people to disclose early is only going to happen when people trust the process, more than they fear the consequences. And I think that is just goes back to just communicating what the process actually is, because most companies bury it in their handbook, and then you've got to look for it in the moment when, it should be part of your onboarding, part of your job descriptions. It should be just embedded in your employee internal resources or whatever they call those. But yeah, I'll pause there.
I love that. That's so good. One thing I often say is build trust through thoughtful transparency. It's exactly that. Making sure that process is transparent, is easy to understand, so people can build that sense of trust and support with that. Love that. So important. Kendra, as we start to think about culture and how we can proactively build a culture of support, how can organizations make mental health part of everyday communication, not just a poster or an email or a Slack shout out or an awareness month?
Yeah, it's such a good question. I think it comes back to what we've talked about a little bit already, and that's the modeling from leadership. So one thing that I do is on my public calendar that anybody who's like working with me in my Google Calendar ecosystem can see when I have medical appointments, therapy appointments, when I have to pick my kid up from daycare. So those are all visible, and I think that's like one good way to signal, hey, like it's okay for you to be a human, need to get your kid from school or go to the doctor or go to therapy. Um, just so you see that your managers are doing it. I think um, I had a job once where my manager was very supportive and always told me like whatever you need, go, go do your appointments, take time off if you need it. We had like a unlimited time off policy, lots of flexibility, but she'd never showed up that way. Like I had one moment where she called me from the hospital when she was in labor for a call that was like not important at all. And so it just like sent a lot of mixed signals because I was like, okay, she's saying I can take time off, but she's literally in labor and calling me, and this call I don't think is that important. So I, deferred to the behavior versus the what she was saying. And so it really just comes down to this like do what you want everybody else to do and make sure that there's space for it. Don't give people more work than is reasonable. If like know that everybody's going to have two dentist appointments a year and multiple doctor's visits. If you have disabled employees, it's going to be more than typical probably. So just like build that into your understanding of what people's workloads should look like, so that there isn't like, okay, somebody's off and now they're scrambling to catch up on all this extra work. Like build that space in before you define the workload.
I love
I would
that.
just like to add something to that really quickly. The element of my work that I do across workforce mental health and equity work is really through a change management lens, through my background in investment banking and project management. And to Kendra's point, more organizations, if they thought about what does a capacity matrix look like, what does a contingency plan look like, what do we do if we need to assess for holidays across a global, company, that actually contributes to a lot of issues that people with invisible disabilities have and the burnout that people have because it contributes to the lack of transparency and the contributes to the lack of care that if there's only two people doing the entirety of their work and they always have to be on, they're not going to take time off. They're not going to feel that they have permission to take time off. And we need to bake that humanity piece of it through a very practical lens. And if it doesn't work out for a certain amount of period of time, you tried out certain matrix out, tried out a holiday plan out, and it didn't work out for a year or 6 months, you go back to the drawing board. We do it all the time for our clients. We do it all the time for our products. We get customer feedback, we get user feedback. We don't just sit with it and say, well, let's just hope that things work out on the back end. We make our IT teams change it. We make our PMs get clearer business instructions. We ensure that we're getting feedback from our peers and we're contributing to white papers. Why is all that process, that operations, that accountability, like Jessica says in the group chat, why don't we use that in workplace mental health? Think about if we just used a fraction of that, how much more effective we can be.
I love that. Great addition. I'm going to kind of speed us along in our topic since we are already getting short on time. I want to make sure and talk a little bit about crisis and loss. Unfortunately, we do have that come up in our workplaces. Just to the group, what are the biggest mistakes you see organizations make when trying to support employees after a crisis?
I'm happy to jump in. I think, and feel free to add more because I'll give two here, but I think it's silence and then surface level empathy. Silence is that the company doesn't say anything out of fear of saying the wrong thing. We dealt with something similar in our company this past quarter where someone went through a crisis and we went through that moment of like, what do we say and how do we share this about another employee? And I think it was this fear of like saying the wrong thing. So silence is one big thing, but I think when you have the absence of communication, people are going to fill in the blanks and they're going to wonder like, does my leadership actually care? So I think you can simply acknowledge things by saying, we're grieving this together and we have support available. It just shows that you're humans and there's stability and the second mistake is I think we often see performative empathy. It's something I think you can have a beautiful email that you write out, but if you're not backing that with real action, and not giving time off or checking in with the person, following up with them, it can do more harm than good. We see this in so many areas of life. But I think people are going to remember how the company showed up after the headlines fade and after the shock is worn off. Um, and then I'll just add one last third one. I think it's moving on too quickly. I know we all have a million things going all the time and we want to focus on the business and but at the same time when you talk about it, you, I think you feel this pressure to restore productivity and just move on, but there's no timeline for grief and there's no timeline for the shock of things. And I think these are the opportunities where we can really build trust with our people. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add there.
I'll just add quickly that um, as organizations grow and as the world becomes more and more complex, I don't think there's going to be a world where quote unquote normality returns to the workforce because we've lived through many world events in these last 5 years, 6 years with COVID. And I think COVID was really the starting point with a lot of atrocities that were coming back to the forefront. And now we just have more awareness to it. And rather than trying to just bounce back to normal, just readjust how you deal with certain things, especially when it comes to mental health. Change your process, embed into those systems, invest the time and strategic conversations around it so that you're not always trying to play backup. You're moving forward. You're able to address any of those issues that come up. And it's never going to be perfect. But to Hannah's point, if you try to do nothing, then that's actually sending a stronger message to your people.
Absolutely. I think it's so important. I think, I mean, let's talk about the world we're living in right now. It is challenging almost every day. And I'm a firm believer. I think there is so much more, compassion fatigue, secondary trauma that we're experiencing collectively because we are watching all of these things play out in real time on social media and on the news. So with that global uncertainty, global traumas, AI, the pace of change accelerating mental health strain for many. How are you seeing this play out in the workplace, both for the good and maybe the not so good? And this is open to any of you as well.
I'm happy to kick it off if someone wants to jump in, but I think we're obviously seeing like a collective low-grade anxiety just going through the workplace. There's just this constant sense of uncertainty about the economy, about politics, about whether our jobs are going to be automated or whether we're going to be part of the next round of layoffs. And I think that kind of stress doesn't always show up as burnout in the traditional sense. It can show up as fatigue or being disengaged. Quiet quitting is another thing we see often. We've seen a lot, I mentioned this earlier, but we've seen a huge uptick in accommodation requests related to anxiety and depression, and stress-related disorders over the last, I'd say year and a half, 2 years. But I think what's really interesting is that a lot of these employees don't have a long history of mental health issues. I think they're reacting to a world that feels unstable and it feels impossible to keep up with. Um, that's just a trend that we're seeing internally. But I think also AI has just changed the emotional landscape of work, for lack of better words. I think there's excitement, but there's also fear of being replaced, of not being relevant, not being fast enough. And so I think when people are operating under kind of that invisible stress and pressure, you start to see people just disengage, or you start to see less innovation, which I think is like the very exact thing that AI was supposed to help us unlock. And I think the companies who are navigating this best are being transparent, are acknowledging the uncertainty, instead of just pretending it doesn't exist. They're saying, like, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, and here's what we're going to do to support you as things evolve. And I think that that's the one thing we can do is be transparent and try to build trust with our people, because trust is always going to be the antidote to chaos. Um, yeah, we can't slow the pace of change, but we can slow the pace of panic. So I'll pause there if anyone has other thoughts.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think to add, it's really important to also know that employees who are very, very, very engaged and working all the time they might be in an anxious state too. So it's really common to just think of disengagement as a sign for mental health challenges, but hyperproductivity is also a sign of somebody experiencing mental health challenges. And so like for those employees, they almost need to be like forced to take breaks or take a rest or a day off or whatever it is because their trauma response is doing more, gaining more control over their day to day. So that's just like one thing to keep an eye out, especially in a workplace where that's rewarded, right? So the other thing I wanted to add is like to Hannah's point of transparency, it is really important to say what you don't know because none of us know. Like, and as leaders, we're also feeling this and trying to figure it out. And so acknowledging that and being like, hey, I'm in it with you, and also allowing space for your teams and employees to bring their ideas because they have great ideas and they're probably ones you didn't think of. And this is a great time to unlock the innovation of all the great people in your organization. Everybody's thinking about it, everybody's researching, everybody's trying different tools. Build space into your day where you can provide education. Most anxiety comes from fear, right? And fear comes from the unknown. So if you can help people get an education, if they're afraid of losing their job, help them upskill so they have more skills when they maybe have to go back out into the workforce. Um, like let people learn from each other in your organization so that you have a stronger organization and people who are not like wondering how on earth am I going to learn all this stuff, and prioritize. Like we don't need to learn every single AI tool that is out there. There's a lot. Most of them do the same thing with different marketing. Figure out a few things that are probably going to work for you. Don't keep changing all the time. Like invest in those things. Let your team also figure them out and give people space and an extra compassion and understanding.
Yeah. I just want to ask, I'm conscious of time, so I'll do this very quickly. Everything that Kendra and Hannah said, I wholeheartedly agree. And I try to attack things in a very pragmatic, intangible way. And all the ideas that were brought up, if there's something that people can walk away with, pick one idea. If mental health is an issue in your workforce, then see how we can resolve that or like build more support or try to increase vulnerability in storytelling. If you want to support your businesses with capacity and competency, maybe there's an uh, professional training development that you can do and see if that works for a period of time. I usually go for 6 months because 6 months is a good enough time to get the data, see if it's working, get some feedback, and stay agile if we need to change. And then essentially, if it does work, then see what worked really well and then continue to the stream of the workforce, sorry, the stream of work. And if it didn't work, then go back to the drawing board and see what else you can do. Back to the innovation piece that Kendra brought up, there are so many people who are desperate and hungry to offer their solutions. Offer an outlet for people to share that. You don't have to hold the burden of culture change, mental health, and workplace on a single individual because not only is that unrealistic, it's impossible to do. We all have to feel and breathe in action and live by those values if we want to create a culture where mentally healthy workplaces exist in our ecosystem.
I love that. Oh, I can't believe, I mean, this time went so fast. This has been such an amazing conversation. And as we wrap up, I want to thank each of our panelists, Kendra, Hannah, Bhavik, for your honesty and your leadership in this space. And if there is one message to carry forward, it's that supporting mental health at work isn't a single initiative, it's really a culture shift. And I would love to wrap up to hear from each of you. What gives you hope right now about the future of mental health at work? So let's end on a positive note. Love to hear each of your thoughts.
I'll start. I'm still unmuted. Things like this, the effort that Greer and Jessica have put in the team that, Stephanie, Kendra, Hannah, we all put into this gives me hope because the conversations are not just happening, they're elevating. We're becoming more of a strategic thought partner to the organizations and communities that we serve. And if we continue to do this, there's going to be actual positive revolution happening.
Yeah, just second that. I mean, stigma, it doesn't go away until people start talking about it, and shame only lives in secrecy. So when we can really have these conversations, a lot's going to change. And I know that people want change, and people are pushing for change in the small ways that they can, and those small things build. So, yeah, I'm just excited for anybody who's willing to make a small step towards community, towards improving their mental health, towards supporting the people around them, towards talking about this because it all makes a difference. It might not feel like it, but it truly does.
Both great comments. I have hope in this future generation. I think the Gen Z population is entering our workforce at record rates. They're going to make up something like 30% of the workforce by 2026. Don't quote me on that because that stat could be wrong, but I believe that's correct. And they're a lot more vocal about their health needs. I think they're a lot more willing to be picky choosy about the companies that they join, and they're prioritizing companies that care. And I think that this generation, I think they're going to change the world, as Greer's saying, as difficult as they can be, and as chronically online as they are our future. And I have a lot of hope in them.
I
And I'm
love
not part
that.
of that generation. I want to make that clear. I'm not toting that I'm a Gen Z, but
I love it. Thank you all so much. This has been so enlightening, and I love ending on this note of hope. And I look forward to the next Rethink Ability session and look forward to staying connected with all of you.
thank you all.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger and Stephanie.
Hi, everybody at Rethink Ability. My name is Miles, and I'm a disability inclusion partner with Peak Performers. We are a nationwide nonprofit staffing agency that helps professionals with disabilities find jobs and helps employers find great talent. I'm so excited to be here today with you, albeit in a virtual format and albeit in a pre-recorded one too. So I want to take a second to wish you a very Merry conference and also a happy National Disability Employment Awareness Month. You're going to see me popping in a couple of times over the course of this conference to offer you what I call my disability moments. These disability moments are going to be brief introductions to a particular topic regarding disability and employment, and particularly how you yourself can be more inclusive as an employer to welcome all people with disabilities through your hiring process. So stay tuned. So first off, we need to talk about job descriptions. A lot of times what happens with job descriptions is recruiters will copy and paste from the same template over and over and over again, or they might even ask ChatGPT to write the job description for them. This sounds benign enough, but the problem is that a lot of holdovers from previous job description elements can come over and inadvertently exclude people with various different kinds of disabilities from your general application process. For example, have you ever seen physical requirements such as must be able to lift 30 pounds or must be able to stand or sit? This oftentimes can be very exclusionary, and a lot of times these are very easy adaptations that you can make in a workplace to just ask a coworker to lift a box of papers whenever it's required. Also, have you ever seen on a job description, must have a driver's license? Why exactly? Are they going to be driving as part of their job? Keep in mind that this might be excluding people with epilepsy that might not be legally allowed to drive. The final example is must be able to exhibit high energy or enthusiasm. This kind of language choice oftentimes can be exclusionary towards people with various different kinds of neurodiversities, such as autism or anxiety or depression. Many of them have to mask in the workplace, and this just only perpetuates a cycle where they feel like they must mask. So instead, consider alternative language, such as must be able to develop deep rapport with customers. Now you have the tools you need to write a better job description.
God, no matter we all are from the world. Yeah, yeah. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. Yeah, yeah. From the world. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, tears. All our tears. And God, no matter we all are from the world. Yeah, yeah. We ain't gonna have to cry no tears. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. Sometimes. Girl, it's so heavy. Sometimes. Girl, it's so heavy. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more. One of these old days. One of these old days. We ain't gonna cry no more.
All right, everybody, we are so excited for our next session. So I'm going to go ahead and make our hosts here. So everybody, please welcome Jessica. We're going to welcome Larissa. Hi, Larissa. All right, we have Ray. Hi, Ray. Everyone, all hosts will need to make sure that they unmute themselves. So just
Hello.
FYI. Okay, Ben. Hi, Ben. Glad you're here. And last but not least, I think that's it, is Dr.
Sydney.
Tiffany.
And don't forget Sydney.
And Sydney. Oh, I knew I was forgetting someone. How could I
Sydney.
forget Sydney? There's absolutely no way I could forget Sydney.
No, she's
Sydney.
unforgettable.
100% agree with that. All right. I think everybody should be able to speak. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to you. Enjoy your session, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much to the Rethink Ability team. And thank you everyone here for joining us and taking time out of your schedules to join us for this conversation. We are so grateful that you're here. Give me 1 sec as I'm going to bring up our slide deck here. Okay. So, welcome to our session, Supporting Neurodivergent Employees, Neuro Inclusion at Work. Our group of panelists is really excited to have this conversation, especially in the context of currently this year where the national conversation on autism and on neurodivergence have been really elevated. And it's a more important time than ever for us to be listening deeply to the voices of neurodivergent individuals and their lived experiences, and especially those in the workplace. So we are so excited to be speaking to you all today about this. The format of our session is that we are going to each introduce ourselves. We have 6 speakers today. We're all going to talk about different topics for about 5 minutes each. And then we're going to try to do a Q&A if we're able to. We're a little short on time, but please feel free to drop your questions into the chat, and we will do our best to address them or to discuss them at the end of the panel. So without further ado, I want to welcome my other panelists that are here. We're each going to introduce ourselves and share a visual description of ourselves today as well. So first, I'll welcome Ben.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name's Ben Van Hook. I'm an autistic self-advocate and master's student at George Mason University, and I currently work as a community support coordinator at the Organization for Autism Research. I am an Asian person with black hair. I'm also wearing a green sweatshirt, so that's my visual description. So I'll pass it off to Ray.
All right. So I'm Ray McCoy here, hailing from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I identify as a he, him, African American male. And my job is working with the state of Minnesota through a new innovative program called the Employer Reasonable Accommodation Fund, which I'll talk a little bit more about here. But what we do is that we help small businesses ultimately be able to support their workforce with disabilities by providing them funding ultimately for reasonable accommodations. And so let's see who else we got here. I'll pass it on to Sydney.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sydney Elaine Butler. I'm the founder of Accessible Crates. My pronouns are they/them. And at Accessible Crates, we also offer coaching and consulting to really make sure that your workplace is more inclusive and accessible. And I actually have a virtual background that looks like kind of like a business co-working space. I have black headphones on. I'm wearing glasses. I'm a biracial individual, and I'm also wearing a gray vest. I will pass it on to Larissa.
I'm Larissa Minner. I use she, they pronouns. I'm a white woman with dark hair, purple highlights, wearing blue glasses, and there's a purple background with a unicorn with sunglasses and a tie. I'm a neurodivergent researcher, speaker, and trainer, and I'm the director of the Leading Inclusion Together, a research hub and study coordinator for University of Texas at Austin, Texas Center for Disability Studies. And I'll pass it on to Tiffany.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Tiffany Jamison. I am the founder of Grit and Flow. I have brown hair. I have light skin. I'm wearing round glasses, and my background is blue with a Grit and Flow orange logo, which is a labyrinth in a circle. I also am wearing a green tank top type shirt. My work involves around consulting with employers to change their internal practices to be more inclusive. So it's neuro-inclusive, but we really focus on more of a person-centered approach. So it helps everybody and it's less of an initiative for us. I'm also a research practitioner working on learning more about how we can really make substantial change. I'll pass it to Jessica.
Thank you. I'm Jessica Lee. I'm co-founder and executive director of Neuro Talent Works. We partnered to provide companies training on neurodiversity and how to build workplaces that embrace every type of mind, and to connect employers to a neurodiverse talent pool. I'm an Asian American woman. I'm wearing a black top today, and I'm in a blurred background at a hotel, traveling for work this week. So thank you all so much again for being here, and to meet our panelists. So each panelist is going to speak on one of these topics. And then again, please drop your questions for us in the chat. So we'll start with Ben. We're going to just level set here first with an understanding of neurodiversity and how do we have a balanced lens in dismantling how neurodivergence is perceived and discussed. There's an important saying in the community, nothing about us without us. And Ben's going to share with us like how we can extend this into research and how we should understand and talk about this.
Yeah, thank you so much. So before talking about neuro-inclusive workplace practices, we must also begin to examine and evaluate the research that these practices stem from. Much of what we know about disability comes from research, but so often the inherent biases and flaws within these studies aren't really addressed. And a lot of these studies are biased because they come from neuronormative coding and ableist rhetoric within the studies. And as a result, the information that employers receive and use to implement different policies might be based off of ableist coding and interpretation of the data, which can further cause harm and stigma to the autistic and greater neurodivergent community. And this can spread falsehoods, false narratives to supervisors, to managers, to CEOs, etc., about neurodiversity and our capabilities as neurodivergent employees. Research conducted by non-disabled individuals can be very harmful. And a recent example of this is a researcher called Suzanne O'Sullivan, who's a neurologist at the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery, who recently claimed that extra time is not helpful and sets neurodivergent people up for failure. She goes on to say that society should be looking into autism interventions as opposed to accommodations. And she goes on to write that you're setting up an idea that the world will always accommodate them. We really need to look at what we're doing when we identify children with problems. And by calling neurodivergent people with problems, O'Sullivan stigmatizes the neurodivergent community and spreads disinformation that could influence how employers and educators perceive of and treat us. In another quote, she writes, "We should be helping them to work within a messy, difficult world, not setting them up to believe that the world will change to accommodate them." And by using this inflammatory rhetoric, she gives organizations a free pass to not provide accommodations or support, but instead shift the blame and burden on the neurodivergent individual to find a way to exist in a role that may be fundamentally incompatible with their way of existing. And examples like are very important to bring up because it can influence the perception of disability and how the research can be inherently ableist or oppressive, thus providing guidance to employers and other stakeholders that could actively harm the disability community. And community-based participatory research, or CBPR, can counteract these harmful studies and rhetoric because they just focus on bringing in neurodivergent people into the research. Much of disability research is centered around studies conducted by non-disabled individuals and use a non-disabled lens. And this leaves out a critical voice and component to autism research, and that is the neurodivergent individual themselves. Nothing about us, as discussed before, extends to research, but unfortunately there are so many studies that don't utilize the neurodivergent community. And this can lead to ableism, ableist beliefs, different biases, and different stereotypes seeping into the studies that are used to inform disability policy. Throughout my experience in coding and screening, I've seen so many studies within the past 5 to 10 years that still refer to our community as the R word or use words like impairment or deficits in or poor at to describe our community, thus creating a wholly unrepresentative or inaccurate portrayal of our population. And this is harmful because ableist research can lead to ableist policies years down the line. And when neurodivergent individuals are not used in research to guide different studies, harmful conclusions, such as Tylenol causing autism or vaccines causing autism, can arise. And rhetoric such as this describing our community using the R word or spreading these falsehoods can misinform and misguide different employers as to how they can best support our population. It's also important to recognize that much of the literature on autism was conducted by privileged, college-educated, cis, white, non-disabled males, thus greatly biasing the findings, conclusions, and results, which can provide employers an inaccurate representation of neurodiversity. And as such, it's important to include neurodivergent people in research, especially multiple marginalized individuals, to better provide a more accurate representation of disability. And it can be very harmful if the neuromajority rather serves as a judge, jury, and executioner for neurodivergent people. When the neuromajority seeks to define a community they are unable to understand or step into the shoes of, it leads to stereotypes and stigmas arising. And to create more neuro-inclusive practices, it's first really important to create research and draw that research from the community itself.
Thank you so
And
much.
I'll pass on because I'm a bit out of time.
Yeah, thank you for being mindful of that. You've highlighted such important things here, and I'll recap this for all of us as when we wrap up. I'm going to hand over now to Ray, who's going to share with us about many of the common challenges that neurodivergent individuals face. And you've both, I think, are going to be bringing up these misunderstandings that happen and from those falsehoods that people might have. Between managers, coworkers, and neurodivergent employees. So I'll hand to you, Ray.
All right, thank you. So, I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach, but first I want to acknowledge, Ben, what you said, and you'll know why in a minute, really touched me on a personal level. And it did because, a lot of the things you're saying, I've personally experienced, which is going to be a segue into what I'm talking about. So me myself, in addition to doing the work that I'm doing, I also have, am neurodivergent. There's been something that has, been, I mean, a challenge for me in my career, being in the workforce for over 20 some years. And as somebody who has this, AUDHD, I've been capable of, doing jobs, but yet found myself quietly existing in them. So, when I look back over, like, the biggest roadblock wasn't lack of skill, but lack of like skill in terms of doing the work, but social skills. So, I could complete tasks, navigate workplace norms, but like navigating the workforce or the workplace norms, like unspoken expectations, or communication routines, a lot of times have drained my confidence and motivation and really caused a major misunderstanding. And looking at a little bit of research from some of the links I found, one study showed that this is far from unique. For example, like 37% of people do not disclose their condition or even ask for help because of the stigma, you know, and I'm part of that 37% where, up until now, I've always been too scared to ask for accommodations because, we don't want to, be seen as a liability. We want to be able to be like anyone else in the workplace, which is why, you know, I love the work I do now, and I'm really a champion for reasonable accommodations. Because when managers interpret differences, in communication focus, sensory response, or interaction style as a lack of motivation, quote unquote, poor performance, or a wrong fit, misunderstandings flourish. So, a lot of times, like, I don't know if anybody else can um relate to this, but a lot of times, neurodivergent individuals like myself, we mask these traits in order to be accepted, which can be exhausting. And which, for me, I could say at times, like, I've experienced a dip in confidence as well as disengagement. Going to my current role, with the Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development, and leading this new, innovative program, the Employer Reasonable Accommodation Fund, you know, you see up close and personal how accommodations don't just help others, but they help me recognize, that people like us are not the problem, you know, but the environment rather is. This fund was here to support, or is here to support, small to mid-sized businesses in Minnesota, you know, to order to make adjustments so employees like myself would show up as their full selves and not just some diluted version. And when managers are missing strategies like clear structure, quiet workspace, communication norms, or opportunity for self-advocacy, then even highly skilled neurodivergent employees can slip through the cracks, right? And research has shown many times that neurodiverse workers represent a talent pool rich in innovation and creativity. You see it all the time, like, and I could name, like, several people who have, like, really changed the game for all of us who are, in one way or another neurodivergent, but they're often trapped within environments that value conformity over divergence. And the shift comes when managers and teams stop viewing neurodivergence as an anomaly and start, you know, designing, for a difference, something that could fit others. So this means, assuming communication styles must vary, factoring in sensory load, offering informal and formal ways to request support, and then acting on what people say. Because yes, the person knows their needs. The role of leadership is to listen and respond. So, that's pretty much like the whole sum of it. I don't know how I'm doing on time. I could go talk about this all day, but I want us to explore a few things here in closing. So, like, how everyday misunderstandings form and compound, why social norms and mistaken and masking create hidden work and individual burnout, right? And how we can move from just surviving to self-advocating, from fitting in to excelling. Something I've always felt like and see now more than ever that, something that I could do would really, really, change the game. Because one thing about myself, not to always bring that back to me, and I'm sure with actually all of you that are on this call, we're trying to help other people who have been in the same situation as us because we don't want to see them go through that. So, we want to make sure that the workplaces, are designing an environment for togetherness, differences, and not despite, so that it's a win-win for everybody.
Yes, thank you so much, Ray. The win-win, I think, is really important. And what you're saying, one of the neurodiversity leads at IBM, she has a great quote that says, neurodivergent individuals, we're not broken. We're not needing to be fixed. And that when we're looking at the workplace, we need to look at strengths. We need to look at the environment. And the question that we ask is, how can I help you succeed? Not what accommodations do you need? And so I'm going to hand over to Sydney, who's going to jump right into that for us of those accommodations. And we don't want people to be masking. We also have challenges that need to be addressed. So the balance that's there. So Sydney, I'll hand to you on how do we create these safe spaces? How do we offer support without pressure?
Mhm. Yeah, thank you. And thank you both, Ben and Ray, for those insightful points that you made. And so the working environment should really foster an inclusive culture, moving beyond just accommodations and really offering support and encouraging and empowering self-advocacy. So where we as neurodivergent feels like we can actually ask for support and if need accommodation without having to disclose our condition. And so to really create safe spaces and environments, it should focus on our individual needs as they show up instead of our conditions. I think a lot of times organizations are still looking at, they want that label, they want the diagnosis, but it's like, how can you really meet someone and meet them where they're at and understanding the individual needs for working on a new task at work, working on a task that the previously worked on, but now having some difficulty with, and really just meeting people where they're at and instead not thinking that there are limited accommodations that can be provided. I've worked with a couple of organizations that like, oh, well, we offer this accommodation, but they didn't want it. The individual didn't want it. And it's like, well, did you try it out with them? Did they have another thing in mind? And so a lot of times there's the previous perception of, oh, I accommodated one autistic individual or another neurodivergent individual in the workplace. This must be the only accommodation that should be provided. But the lived experience of neurodivergent individuals is diverse as non-neurodivergent individuals, right? And so really looking at understanding, also encouraging informal and formal ways of providing accommodation and providing support. And so sometimes a person may need more support, and may need to have more regular check-ins or have, need more access to tools and resources to be better and to feel like they're more confident in their job, right? And that can be very informal. And there's formalized accommodations as well, but that should also not. A lot of times people think it requires that disclosure and having to disclose that what I'm dealing with on a day-to-day basis and what my condition is. But that's not the case. And so also taking people at face value. I think a lot of times people don't take us at face value, and it's so frustrating because like Ray was mentioning the masking piece. We mask our struggles and we don't want to be seen as a burden, right? And so a lot of times we just mask our symptoms, we mask what we have to do, and we are so used to accommodating for ourselves or showing up in the world that doesn't always accommodate for us. And it's exhausting and it's frustrating, and it can have other repercussions such as burnout that was mentioned previously. And so I really encourage to take what we say at face value, provide the tools, resources, and really work with us instead of just trying to provide a band-aid solution that you think might work or worked previously, but really working with us to see what's working and having those continuous check-ins to see, is this accommodation or the support still working? Is everything okay? And having these ongoing conversations and having these conversations is so vital. It's so simple, yet so overlooked in the workplace. And so really as the manager of human resources, really working with us as the employee, right? To really come up with solutions that will really make an impact. And so at a previous employer I had, I actually asked for an accommodation, and I was actually working in this environment. I was working with adults that have disabilities. It was a day program. And it was a day program, and I disclosed that I needed accommodation and then had to disclose that I was autistic, and it actually backfired on me. And I was told I was lazy, and it actually ended up spreading to my coworkers, and I was absolutely mortified, right? I was finally comfortable in myself and actually disclosing, and then it backfired. And that's sadly the reality of so many of us. And so then my coworkers continued to say I was lazy, I didn't want to work there anymore. I was it was doing too much. And so this created a non-inclusive environment for me, and so really recognizing that this made it hard for me to ask for future accommodations in my future roles. And I studied human resources at school and was learning about accommodation. And that's why I felt ready to actually ask for this accommodation now in that workplace. But then it, backfired. And so even though I know that I have a right to be accommodated, I didn't feel like I had the right to be accommodated and that I was going to be discriminated against. And so I really wish when I told my manager that I needed accommodation that they really took what I said at face value. They believed me and it also kept it confidential. And confidentiality is vital. We deserve to be supported and accommodated without being outed if we don't want to share our condition or share our struggles with other folks in the organization. And so what really worked, and I wish they came up to me and worked with me to come up with accommodation strategies. And so, like a lot of times, again, employers or managers or human resources just offer choices, but don't really ask us to choose what we want, how to be supported, and really working together to come up with a mutual solution. And so there's so many range of accommodations that we might need, and really understanding it can vary from like having different communication preferences, having needing communication to be written instead of in a voice note. I had that at the previous employer as well. I was like, can you please write it into me in an email or in a text message? And we just continue to send me voice notes. And that's actually when I came across Outer AI and other AI note takers. And now I've been using that as an accommodation. And so really looking at what does this look like for me? What does it look like for the employee? What does it look like in actual reality? And how can we be able to understand the flexibility that someone brings their whole self to work and that things change day to day, neurodivergent or not. And so just being patient. And so since the previous employer I had, I have gotten accommodation from new employers, but every time I was literally so scared, even though this is one of my passion areas, knowing about accommodation. I'm so scared every time I ask because I was so I was so bad before. And so I now occasionally go into the office for some of the work I do, and I have the accommodation of having the lights adjusted for me. I'm used to working remotely. I can control my lighting situation. I usually use natural light for the most part. But then when I'm in the office, and so now they actually mostly use natural light or they reduce the lighting for me. I also ask for video calls to help me explain my task for the day. Instead, before I was getting voice notes from a previous employer, I was like, I need a video call. I want to see your face as you tell me what my expectations are and what my tasks are, my duties are for that day or that week, right? And so also having an AI note taker associated with that, so I can review it back later and be like, okay, this is exactly what I have to get done this week. I am on track. I'm a bit behind, and knowing where I am in my work. And so, and these accommodations end up leading to creating more inclusive cultures. You never know who might need an accommodation or need that support that someone asked for. Or the AI note takers, that's just good for everyone. Everyone can review the notes later and have that enabled. And so really looking at recognizing that accommodation and support and disclosure really has to also stem from a place of an inclusive culture and really recognize what are we doing as an organization to make sure that we're inclusive the majority.
Thank you so much, Sydney, and thank you for just sharing so honestly with us. I hope you look at the chat because there are a lot of people who resonate with what you shared, and that's just a terrible experience that unfortunately many people have had, and which is why we're having this conversation. And so thank you for bravely sharing that with us. I want to mention something you just said about the AI note taking. And as you're explaining that, having the written notes are what are helpful for you to be able to read and to access. Um, and when you have an AI note taker, that's actually helpful for everybody on the team. And we tell this to companies, right? Like, it's especially helpful for your neurodivergent team members. But one day when you're really stressed, you got a missed call from the doctor's office, something's going on in your personal life, and you're coming to a meeting and you're not able to perform as well as you typically do at work, you're going to be grateful those notes are there too, right? And so this is the whole concept of universal design, which Larissa's about to talk to us about, that what's necessary for some is helpful for all. And so I want to hand to Larissa, and how do we apply universal design? What is it? How do we apply it in the workplace? What does it enable? Thank you.
Thank you. And since Ray and Sydney mentioned masking, and I've had this cause burnout that has lasted years. Masking can cause burnout and mental health challenges, and it's exhausting. But universal design can help reduce that, especially when it's paired with accommodations. So I want to talk about universal design, not just for buildings, but for people. Universal design means building systems that are usable by more people from the start, like Jessica said, and Sydney as well. Not only when someone asks for help or discloses their diagnosis, since Ben, Ray, and Sydney all pointed out there is still stigma and too much focus on problems instead of needs. So you can think of universal design kind of like an example is automatic captions. They're built in, helpful for many, and no one has to ask to enable them as long as the setting is on. This matters, especially for neurodivergent folks. Again, especially because of risks like burnout that can happen. So, what does this look like in action? Let's start with hiring and interviews because it's often the first point of contact and it can make or break whether someone even gets to the door. And it has definitely been not for me before. So it's important to make interviews more accessible from the start. When you're scheduling an interview, be clear and proactive. So say to everyone who's going to be there, how long it will last, give an estimate, let people know if there's a test or structured format. This also can help people know if they also need to ask for certain accommodations as well. Let candidates know they're welcome to request support. It's best practice to ask everyone if any changes are needed to the interview when you're scheduling it. If the word accommodation, it can feel formal or intimidating, and because of that stigma that was mentioned, some people are hesitant. So you could ask something like, is there anything we can adjust or change to help you bring your best self to the interview? I've seen that question and I have felt uncomfortable disclosing before the interview unless accommodations were offered. And I know not everyone has that option. And like Sydney said, everyone is unique. So some people have different needs regarding that. So a little bit about what universal design can look like in interviews. Letting candidates choose remote or in person, that's been a game changer for me. Offering moving or outdoor interviews when feasible. Some people more relaxed that way. Sharing questions in different formats, spoken, written, or visual with alt text, sending questions in advance, or offering. So it's best to offer them to all candidates, or at least letting people know what types of questions to expect. When someone sent me the interview questions ahead of time, I went in feeling prepared instead of panicked, and then I was able to actually show what I know, which, let's be honest, it really shouldn't be rare, but it's still rare, I'm finding, even though there's improvement. Also, giving everyone a chance to revisit a tough question at the end, like if it's something that will make or break the interview, that can be very helpful to, again, all these can benefit everyone. allowing a support person with clear expectations. That's one that I have heard people find that it's less likely to be offered as part of universal design. And again, these do not replace individual accommodations. They just create a smoother process for everyone, whether someone discloses or not. I did want to briefly add, I think it's also best practice to not use body language or eye contact to make a hiring decision, because I have been told that affected a hiring decision with me before. So I did want to mention that really quick. Eye contact was specifically mentioned. I do want to move on beyond hiring into the workplace. And again, these are just some examples of how to apply universal design for all employees. Everyone is unique. I can't emphasize that enough. Use multisensory communication. So pair words with visuals, follow spoken directions with a written recap. Some people process better by reading, some by hearing, and many need both. I need both. Use accessible fonts and alt text. Also consider spacing. Sometimes it's challenging when there's not enough spacing, but also keep in mind spacing on text in digital format, but also keep in mind screen readers. Offer captions, transcripts, and visuals, and record meetings or provide notes afterward. A note-taking app, AI was already mentioned, and I think that's really beneficial for everyone. Which brings me to my next point. Offer assistive tech or app stipends. This has been life-saving for me. There are organizations that give all employees a certain amount of money to spend on assistive tech and apps, and you don't need to disclose. And it can make sure people have access to tools like text to speech, speech to text, visual timers. That has been so helpful for me for deadlines and making sure that I am staying on task, noise reducing tools, project and task management apps, including ones that allow for like visualization or mind maps. It's also important to normalize planning tools for everyone. And Sydney did mention accommodations, and I think a lot of these, as mentioned, can be used for universal design as best practice, like giving agendas and summaries to everyone, send materials in advance, like agendas, questions, expectations. This helps with processing memory and anxiety. Also allowing time for preparation and reducing pressure. I find it helpful to be given like extra time afterwards when possible. I think it's best practice to offer, make it a safe place for employees to give their thoughts after the meeting in different formats if possible. People process information differently. I also think it's best to, when possible, let an employee know when you're going to have them speak at a meeting. I know it's not always possible, but it's best practice, and let everyone know as soon as possible when a change occurs. I know it seems simple, but often these things are not automatically incorporated. Also, break things down. Use color-coded checklists, but make sure the information is also in other formats so they're accessible as well. Time estimates and visual project tools are helpful, and this can reduce overwhelm. It also makes tasks more doable. Breaking a task sounds simple, breaking it down, but it changes everything for some of us. When I can see the timeline and estimated time, it feels possible instead of overwhelming me. And sometimes that can be the difference between starting and shutting down for some people. Also, normalizing quiet and focus time. Let people set a do not disturb status when possible. Don't expect instant replies. Normalize that and normalize honoring work-life balance, respecting focus rhythms, especially in remote settings. Also, rethinking productivity. So it's not all about speed or so-called multitasking, which is overemphasized. Celebrate quality, creativity, and problem solving. Neurodivergent traits often show up in nonlinear ways. Also, be sure that promotion opportunities aren't limited to networking or socialization. I have experienced this in the past, and I felt like it excluded me. And this happens more often than not. Um, Ease the onboarding process. So let new hires shadow others. Offer scripts or examples when possible, and just creating calm spaces. Other people today mentioned sensory friendly zones, quiet rooms, normalizing camera off time, also normalizing movement or moving around. Uh, Other last thing, language matters. So say what you mean what you say. For example, instead of being vague like ASAP, you can give a clear deadline, like please submit by Friday at 2 p.m. Or and also explaining why this task supports our team and should take about 30 minutes. So those are clear and that benefits everyone because everyone knows what is expected of them. And even when I needed support, I didn't always know what to ask for or if it was safe to. So when something is built in for everyone, it takes the pressure off of having to explain why and it reduces stigma. And again, that pressure adds up to burnout and masking. Universal design is about reducing barriers before they cause harm, and it's meant to work with accommodations as needed. And when we design for neurodivergent minds, we're building systems that work better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a great list of very easy to implement universal design practices. That was so comprehensive. I'm going to do my best to summarize it for us at the end. So thank you. You got a lot of great comments. Following that note, Tiffany, can you lead us in this, adding on to what Larissa was just sharing? How do we build neuro-inclusive teams? Yeah. And we have about 10
I'm
minutes
pretty
left. So just for
okay.
everyone's info.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. So I'm really humbled to be a part of this panel. I'm very touched. I've heard Sydney's story before. The research. I'm a little emotional from it all. It's just very frustrating. But I'm going to talk about how we make this actual change. We have all these best practices and how a little bit of how we can implement them, but a lot of this has to do with behavior change. And that's what I really focus on in organizations. So I do want to start with some of the examples I'm going to give because I'm going to walk through some scenarios. I'm not trying to generalize neurotypes, but I'm just trying to use them in there. So please take that into account as I speak to this. So what the major thing I think is preventing these best practices that the team here has shared is organizational, team, and social norms. Norms are things that just happen, but we really don't know why. They're automatic. You know, when people join a new group, they're trying to adapt. So a lot of, people in the past have adapted to these things, but for all people, it's not necessarily easy to do that. And it creates, a very taxing environment for a lot of individuals who don't pick up on all these things. So what do we do about it? So let's look at this. We talked about the organization, the team, and the social. So let's look at this from the team perspective. So first, once again, we have group norms. So for this example, and Larissa talked a lot about this, is how meetings are run and prepared for. So I had a client, it was a law firm, and they had a norm. When you walked into a meeting, they handed out legal documents, and participants would have 20 minutes to read and be ready to discuss. What we helped work with them during this time was asking why. Why are you doing this process? And of course, the answer usually is because this is how we've always done it. So we took the time to explain how exclusive this was to different learning styles. And then we had them examine it from different lenses. So I used an example of a dyslexic team member's experience and how difficult this was to try to read and write and do all this within that time frame and be a productive member of the team. People have working memory and processing speeds that they need to take maybe smaller bits of information and be able to form coherent and useful thoughts about it. Sometimes it does take time, as my peers here have mentioned. How about somebody with dyspraxia who may need more time to write notes and organize information? And, I'm dyspraxic and I need that. I need some time to kind of put it in pictures as I think about and pull it all together. Or you may have, some people who are autistic, they work best with front loading, what's going to be happening, what's expected of me. And if they come in these meetings and suddenly they're talking about a topic they're not so familiar with, it's going to be a lot more difficult. And lastly, we talk about the quality responses for everybody in there. When you're doing that quickly in this one scenario, were they really getting the best from their team? So once again, we asked why. And once again, the answer was because this is what we've always done. So we said, how about we make this purposeful? Let's see how we can change this. So we worked to change the process to set up review time, note takers, and agendas for meetings. So review time is getting the materials beforehand, at least 24 hours, but some of these for the legal were a little bit more, I'd like to say, meaty, more content to them. So maybe longer time was needed. We also encouraged our client to provide note-taking apps, as many have talked about, like Otter AI. We did recognize that in some environments, this isn't okay. So with legal environments, there's some confidentiality or other things that they don't want transcribed. But in some situations, it's okay. So I do want to say that sometimes it's legally not okay for some of these things, but in general, there's a lot of uses that can still happen within organizations. So that's one example I wanted to share on how we can make those changes. So now this one's a little bit more difficult because it has to do with more of lots more informal things that happen in the workplace. You could call that like that social isolation piece. So one client I had a team norm of informally meeting up on Monday morning with their coffee and talking about their weekends and teasing one another about stuff and, creating these little inside jokes they make throughout the day. Was this a required event? Was it even an event? So no, but it became an unwritten rule that you join this bonding time, shared personal information, laughed with others, and basically had conversations with nothing to do about work. So then again, we asked why. The answer wasn't surprising: team building. What followed was a discussion about creating in groups and out groups. So in groups are the groups with which an individual feels a sense of identity and loyalty, while out groups are the groups to which they feel like they don't belong. So this is a social categorization. This social categorization can create a us versus them mentality, which can lead to in-group favoritism. So the people that are, having those discussions being liked more and getting more privileges than those that don't. So what happens is those that are part of the out group feel disconnected, and they may have a hard time connecting with the teams when they're doing their actual work and needing to collaborate. So we talked to the managers in this about the exclusionary practice this was creating. And we did talk about how it was, especially to neurodivergent team members, but honestly, they really to apply to all, as a lot of things do. But a lot of people just don't confess neurotypical, neurodivergent because they're embarrassed that this is making them comfortable. They don't feel good about it. So what we made them identify is people might think I work with you, but I really don't want to share my personal life. I have a family and I don't have a family, excuse me, and I can't share what others do. I don't do well with small talk and it makes me uncomfortable. And I can't tell when someone is teasing me or when to take it seriously. So my face doesn't always know how to react. It's stressful. And I question everything I do and think, exhausting me. This could cause people to mask their true selves and try to fit in or force the same behaviors by trying to camouflage into the group. And we know how much, and once again, my peers have talked about this can just drain our energy and lead to potentially mental health challenges and burnout. So how do we change this? That's the hard part. So after this discussion with the management, we had to ask them to make a very courageous decision, which is to stop a behavior. And everybody wants to fit in. So the manager having to change their behavior really is where everything starts. And we did this because we didn't want to make it weird, where it was like, we're stopping these meetings right now, because then those that don't participate probably would have got fingers pointed at them. And we don't want that to happen. We want this to naturally happen. So we did a slow but deliberate change in the behavior. So the line manager or the direct manager stopped participating. They got right down to work after some friendly good mornings. I hope you had a good weekend. They started doing work. And going to those that sat down and did their work too, and verbally building them up for their focus to a task. The manager never said stop doing this. They never chastised those who were still behaving that way. They just modeled better behavior. And over time, the behavior slowly changed. And in groups and out groups, the social isolation didn't start off the week. Didn't mean it didn't still happen, but it was a first step in changing some of these things. And once again, this is a way to show an example of how we can kind of make those changes. So that's why I really focus my work on that line manager, modeling these behaviors to make neuro-inclusive environments that do benefit everybody. Jess, how much more time do I have? Because I have some attendee questions I was going to try to go into.
Yeah, so actually really great. Our planning team, thank you all, have said for all of us panelists who are able to stay that we can go into a little longer time for another like 15 minutes for Q&A. So if you want to share a couple more, Tiffany, I'll add on a few to you to wrap up the panel, and then let's start to address the Q&A questions.
Okay, so you want me to do them now, or do you want me to come back at the end?
Okay. How about I'll add in my tips and wrap us up,
Yeah.
and then you want to start us off in Q&A? That would be great.
That would be great.
Okay.
Go for it, Jess.
Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing a very tangible story, with us of the transformative work that you've done in understanding, right, some of the challenges that had come up and how you worked with the whole team, the manager, to address those. I think that's really helpful. I'm going to wrap up the presentation portion of the session with some practical steps to neuro inclusion of what managers and organizations can do. I think you all heard so many already, which is great. And I'm going to just summarize what everybody has already said here today of some of those practical steps to neuro inclusion. So first, I want to start with what Ben said, which I think was really around centering the voices of neurodivergent individuals. And that's in research, because so much of the practices and what we do is research led, and how important that is to do. Also, what I would encourage the employers, and I see some HR team members here, is if you have an employee resource group for people with disabilities or those that are neurodivergent, please go ask them, go to your ERGs and have them co-design with you a better accommodations process, hear from their experiences, and really listen well to what they're sharing. So center the voices of neurodivergent individuals, the nothing about us without us. Second practical step to take here is we heard a lot about the masking that so many neurodivergent individuals feel that they have to do to be accepted in the workplace, to be able to get through an interview, where so much is put on social skills and this burden of the social norms. Just very briefly here, picking up on social norms, as we've all talked about, is not something that easily comes to everybody. So just full stop, understanding that. So what are some of the things that helped? Structured networking. If we're going to do a group team meeting and we're networking or whatever that might be, have it be done in a structured way, where maybe there's questions that we're all going to ask and discuss together. Make it known that that's what the icebreaker is going to be. Have it in a structured way, share it in advance so people know how to participate in that social activity. I also wrote down something we really work with employers to do, of defining those social expectations and those norms in the workplace. I even noticed on our panel here, right? Sometimes we need off video time. I tell managers, especially later in the day when you are more taxed and more tired, like what a gift it is if you can give your team off video time, or make it known which meetings require video time. Like, I'm going to want to see everybody because we're going to talk about something important. When are there meetings where we can be off video? And as a manager, proactively saying, let's stay off video, because I know the amount of toll it takes to be on video all the time, or to be like socially presenting yourself all the time. So Please define those social norms, understand the toll that it can take for many people to mask. Other practical tips that we talked about of accommodations and the challenges that we face. Make it safe for people to disclose and to ask for their needs. This is one of the trainings that we do with companies. The first question we ask, this is our manager training, is how would you describe how your mind works? Okay, if you do this, this is very difficult for many people to do. Unfortunately, what I've learned is that this is the burden that so many neurodivergent individuals have had their whole lives to get the supports they need in school, to get the supports they need at work. So please, first, try to describe how your mind works. It's not easy to do. So we can start to understand the burden that neurodivergent individuals face to then ask for the accommodations that they need. The plug here is you can bring in trainers like our team or others who bring this language to the workplace so that people don't have to disclose. They just have language and words to use to describe their minds in a way that everybody can understand. Where somebody shared before that someone needs processing, more time to process information, that having it in a written form is going to assist me to answer the question I'm hearing you ask me. Like that's a very simple shift that we can make if we just understand that that's why it helps people. It was brought up about assistive technologies and how great would it be if your accommodations team or process had a list. I call it a storefront. Here's what the company is ready to provide that is at no cost and easy to implement. Those assistive technology and tools that you were mentioning, Larissa, and what others I think have dropped into the chat here, that you should be able to get those and to access them. In the accommodations process, please work with the neurodivergent individual. Realize what they have risked to share with you and to feel safe to share with you about their diagnosis and their disclosure. When so oftentimes in so many people's lives, when they've shared, they've had negative experiences, as we've heard, and we want to stop that. Like, I can't, yeah, I get emotional about this because it's so important for us to create spaces where people can just share who they are and have someone respond with integrity and dignity. Okay, a couple more practical things here and then we'll get to the Q&A. In implementing universal design, so glad this is recorded, but the big ones that we have that are, I think, easy to access, built-in captions, AI note takers, provide predictability, be clear in expectations. I tell managers, ping with purpose. Don't say, hey, can we hop on a meeting? Okay, why? Well, what are we talking about? Like, can we hop into a meeting to talk about tomorrow's presentation? Okay, because for those 10 minutes or those 2 hours until you actually hop on the call, your employee is freaking out, like trying to figure out why we are getting on this meeting. Provide predictability. This is going to be good for all of your employees and especially those that are neurodivergent. Same with sending an agenda ahead of a meeting. It's the exact same thing. We want people to be prepared. No one performs well when they don't know what's expected of them. Same with interview questions, providing them in advance, having a written version of it, maybe even when they arrive to the interview. That's just going to help everyone perform at their best when they know what to expect. Communicate in multiple formats. Provide time to prepare to discuss something, be clear, and assistive technologies that are very much available. Last things here, for all of the neurodivergent individuals that are on this call, I just want you to know and hear so loud and clear that you are not alone. I think there's so much community. I hear it from our panelists and I see it in the chat. Know that you're not alone, and we hate the experiences that so many of you have shared. But thank you for sharing them because people like me, I'm someone who's neurotypical. I need to hear these stories. I need to know, and more people need to know so that we can design better workplaces for all of us. And how much I've learned from neurodivergent individuals that has just broadened my perspective and made me such a better person and have much better human connections with other people. So for all the employers that are here, I just thank you for listening to this panel and to all of our voices. I encourage you to not go this alone. There are partners like all of us, many of us on this call, to walk alongside you and to help bring about some of these bring these practices to life. And if you don't know where to start, find us all on LinkedIn, which we've all dropped into the chat here. And I'm now going to hand back to Tiffany to walk us through some of the questions that came into the chat, and just thank you all for being here with us today.
Thanks, Jess. So I'm actually going to go through some that were submitted during sign up. So there was a lot about supporting an ND hire, and that was, thoroughly gone through by everybody here. But I do want to add just a couple things. So we're big believers of always doing check-ins, and it's like, whatever rhythm is best for everybody. But especially when someone's starting a team, when they're coming in, okay, how often can we check in to see how you're doing? Make sure you don't have questions. Are you getting what you need? We talk about accommodations, but when you start a job, you don't know what you need. You don't know what context things are going to be in. You don't know what kind of work. You don't know your coworkers. So by having these check-ins, you're having an opportunity to set up with your employees, especially your neurodivergent employees, opportunities to get the help and the resources they're going to need to do their best work. So if you're only doing it at the beginning, it's really sometimes not even the best way. It's always growing and changing based on, once again, the context. And as soon as that individual, if they're working in one team, especially like in professional services, and they move to another team, it starts all over again. So you need to have check-ins. Another thing when you're having a new ND hire, as much as you do this with everybody, but more frequently, is debriefs. So if you go into a meeting or you go into some kind of working session, have that debrief right away afterwards. Make sure, you both understand the content the same. There's no questions. Maybe there's some things you need to discuss that happened that they don't know the history that came into that. But you're building them up. And most importantly, you're creating that psychologically safe environment for both you and your employee to make sure everybody's always getting what they want to do their best work. They need to do their best work, and understanding what they need to do their job efficiently. So that was one question that came in. I do want to add about the learning style. And Jessica brought up a good point in manager training about people really don't understand how they learn. We do now because this is kind of what we focus on. But a lot of times what my team will do is, because we are researchers, is we'll do a learning style inventory, which is a validated instrument, but it allows people to answer questions about themselves and come back with how they learn best. And that will open a lot of managers' eyes to see, one, if they're working in a team, or excuse me, in a training maybe of like 10 people, to recognize how differently they all work and how they learn. And that really opens the conversation to recognize that this isn't just some thing that happens with, this group of individuals. We're all like that. And another question that came in, and I'll pass it off, is about the anxiety and workload. And it pushes them to the state of overwhelming, and Larissa talked about this one, but I want to talk more, since I'm an HR professional also, about, what does it look like when you do this? So when you start doing these things, you do need to go to HR. You need to make a formal request with HR confidentially about this. It's always good to talk to your manager, but sometimes that manager necessarily won't have what they need to be able to give you the support you need. You may need some break in time. The manager may not have authority to give that to you, but an HR representative you work with can. It came to the point where you need to take a leave of absence. That's something that HR will be able to help you with. Maybe you need to get some payment for that, some disability losing my track of word, but payment for when you're out. HR can help you with that. So I encourage you to take that step to make sure you're protecting yourself when you're hitting these types of environments. Especially too is like EAP, which is employee assistance programs. They may have counselors where you can get some mental health support during these times. And the sooner you can catch yourself and use these resources, it keeps us from really hitting that bottom of that burnout. Once we see ourselves going in that trajectory, we need to jump in and get that help. And sometimes that's hard to do. So if we make ourselves more aware of these resources immediately when we start a company or at a company, then we can do more. So I'm going to pass it off to Jess to do other people. Those are just some things I really wanted to share.
Yeah, thank you so much for those practical steps. Always helpful. Does
Hey,
anybody,
Jess,
yeah, have a question?
it's Greer. We could take one more question and then we are going to break just a little break before the next session.
Perfect. Thank you. Does anyone have a question? Yeah. I think I heard someone come off mute. Okay. I did see a question about, let me read the question here. Sydney, I think this was a question for you, but maybe any of our panelists who are prepared and want to share thoughts around employee resource groups. Is it helpful to be open about your label or your diagnosis in these workplaces? Can it be damaging? How important is it that a company buys into and has employee resource groups? If you could quickly provide some thoughts here, and then we hand back to.
Yeah. So just very briefly, because I'm conscious of our time, I've been asked to speak to a lot of employee resource groups and neurodivergent or neurodiversity, accessibility, disability, ERG groups. And for some reason, they're still the most underrepresented by us. And so I usually encourage, like there's a lot of parents that have neurodivergent children, children that have disabilities. And so they kind of take over the groups, which is fine and should be included in the conversation. And so I really encourage to have our representation and making sure that people don't have to specifically disclose that they have a disability or that they're neurodivergent, but just disclose that they identify with that, to have and understand that representation matters in these spaces and have our lived experience be really at the forefront in driving these employee resource groups and really recognizing that it should be 50%. I think a lot of other employee resource groups really like, okay, I'm gonna have at least 50% of people from that employee resource group that identify from that group. But for some reason, when it comes to this, there's a disconnect. And so really having that representation matters. And I think there's ways of actually really building out that employee resource group to allow other people in the organization and to really build a sense of community in organizations through these employee resource groups and really create more internal resources and connections and bring in external resources to really help us thrive at work and to really recognize that it helps us feel less alone when we're part of these employee resource groups and allow for really understanding what is the purpose of this employee resource group and really collectively coming up with what does this employee resource group look like for us and in these organizations. And so I think that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Yes, the representation is so key there to be part of that design. So, an input. Thank you. I know we have other questions in the chat, but I think I need to hand back to Greer and just thank you everyone for being here with us today.
Thanks, everyone. This was a absolutely wonderful conversation, and I truly cannot wait until I get the recording so I can watch it again. So thank you, everybody, for your time. We're just going to take a short few-minute break before our next session comes on at 55 after. So we'll see you all back here soon. All right, we're back for our final session of the day today, which I am wildly excited for. This is going to be spicy, in my opinion. If you don't know the people on the panel, I think this is going to be an absolutely fantastic conversation. So, without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and add everybody here as co-hosts. So let's please go ahead and welcome Marian. Hi, Marian. We've got Christina. Welcome, Christina. So happy you're here. We have Eric. Hi, Eric. So happy to see you. We have the one and only Kim Rohrer. What's up, Kim? So glad to see you. And then last but not least, we have Akima. And Akima, we're so lucky to have Akima here. Our organization, so Rethink Ability, is partnered with Akima's organization. They are our fiscal sponsor, our 501(c)(3), who is doing all of the work behind the scenes to ensure that this can be an accessible summit. And so huge, huge thank you to Akima, but I will pass this on to you all. So thank you. Welcome.
Friends. Hello, thank you. Thank you for that. And Greer, I just want to say before I started that hold music, I was jamming over here. Love it. So, so welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Hello, and welcome to our session, Caregiving Responsibilities and Navigating Return to Work Transitions. I'm excited to have such a diversity of experience on our panel today. And to save time, we put their quick bios up on the screen rather than doing a full round of introductions. So we'll send out their information so you'll learn more and connect with them after the session. Okay? So what I wanted to do is basically let's get started with the thing today. While caregiving doesn't, excuse me. All right. While caregiving doesn't usually fall into the typical categories we think about when we think about disability inclusion, there are actually many ways in which caregiving and disability inclusion overlap, even outside of the more obvious caring for someone with a disability or being pregnant or being on pregnancy disability leave. So today, we're going to focus on both caregivers and the companies they work for with practical actions for you to take to get started right away. So in our prep calls, we realized that the need of caregivers at work are pretty universal with some industry specific nuances that we need to consider. So Christina, can you share a little bit about what you've seen in your experience as an HR leader?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, I think that, as you mentioned, caregiving has a lot of different responsibilities and can look different in many ways. I think one thing we see is that there are a ton of benefits, and how to utilize those benefits, especially in the caregiving space, are hard to understand. I think there's a general sense, and in the session before, they talked a little bit about this, but how much, having compassion and goes a long way, like the psychological safety to share and kind of having that underlying tone of support really allows you to ask the questions about what is available to you. And some of the things we've seen is just, being able to adapt leave policies so that it's inclusive of those for caregivers, educating teams and understanding what having flexible working arrangements. I think in the last one too, they talked about being able to turn your video off, being able to have remote options. I think things that support you throughout the workday. But one thing we've seen a big gap in is how are you supported, while your workday is continuing and all the things that you do have to do as a caregiver, whether during those hours or after hours. And so a lot of, care navigation and additional support outside of work, having backup care, et cetera, have started to kind of come into the market and are really exciting to see because it doesn't stop after the 9 to 5. So I think that's a big win in an area that's starting to kind of shift as well.
Yeah, thank you for that, Christina. You're absolutely right. It does not stop after the 9 to 5. Spot on. Akima, You work primarily with the entertainment industry. What kinds of differences do you see there?
So the biggest difference, I think, with the entertainment industry, and I will say, I often say entertainment is the first gig economy. So when we talk about non-traditional workers, contingent workers, project workers, those folks, that really is what the entertainment industry is comprised of. And I think some of the biggest things that we see there are just that there are not necessarily any mandates for those kinds of infrastructures. And so because of that, a lot of times it becomes who is willing to provide that kind of support as opposed to the mandate or the expectation or the regulation that it be in place. And so, what we are beginning to see, though, especially as so many things are changing in our nation today, we are starting to see more and more people really think about how they can preface this for that kind of project-based economy, how they can look at backup care differently. Pop-up care is one of my favorite things ever. Please feel free to ask me more about that. But those kinds of things are really starting to be explored, and people are starting to play with how we can be much more flexible in our care structure, especially in an industry that is both so inflexible and yet has no real structure at the same time. So those are some of the things that we kind of see, and I'm happy to share more about that if I didn't quite answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that, Akima. Not pop-up care. I'm a shopper, so I love a pop-up shop. So I think I might need to talk to you about that pop-up care. But does anybody else want to chime in? Does anybody else have anything else on this topic? Okay, great. Next, we're going to talk about the mindset, reframing the return to work. Okay. Now, caregivers often internalize guilt. I'm not disabled, or I don't want to burden my team, or I'm just going to power through, things of that nature, which leads to burnout and underutilized benefits. In your experience, what's one key reframe you've seen help people prepare for their returns to work? Marion, why don't you get us started with this one?
Oh, love, I could talk about this all day. All right, let me preface this with in full showing up as your authentic self. I am disabled, and I had a medical procedure this morning, and I'm still a little bit woozy on the drugs and on the anesthesia. So I cannot be held responsible for probably what's going to come out of my mouth, but hopefully it makes it more entertaining. Um, so my kind of input to all of this, I guess it's twofold. I was a parentified child. I was a carer for my dad from as young as I remember, right up until he died. My dad was the love of my life. And he had a traumatic brain injury. He had epilepsy. And then when I was 17, he was diagnosed with dementia. And he passed away when I was 36. I'm an only child. I don't have a massive family or a huge amount of family support. So as a young carer, navigating the first stage of my career, and this is like the early 2000s, the early to kind of mid sort of like 2020 to 2025, 26, 27. That was a tough time. Like, you know, companies or managers, they had a lot of empathy, they had a lot of sympathy, but they don't really know what to do beyond that because they weren't really equipped. And you know, as his illness progressed and as my own emotional state progressed, anxiety, depression, later diagnosed with complex CTPSD, it was a lot to try and juggle and deal with. And you know what, my life would be go to work, finish work, go to the care home, make sure my dad's good, have dinner with him, help get him settled into bed, tuck him in, kiss him goodnight, leave, go home, have dinner, go to sleep, and rinse and repeat and do it all over again the next day. And that was exhausting. And the emotions that you feel in that situation, you feel a huge amount of guilt, shame, commitment, loyalty, burden, but with love. And, very, very complex emotions. And I think that when you're younger, they're even harder to try and rationalize and think through and really kind of come to terms with in your day-to-day state. The last 5 years of his life was really hard. Like, I would go to bed at night with my clothes laid out because it was always in the middle of the night. I would get these phone calls. He's really ill. You need to come. The ambulance will be at the ER. We'll meet you at the ER type situation. And we had about 4 or 5 situations where he was probably going to die, but didn't and bounced back and then would be back in the care home. And living through that takes a huge amount of toll on caregivers because it's unpredictable and it is every situation is different and it really compounds as time goes on. And then when he died when I was 36, and I think when you lose someone who has something like dementia, you think that, oh, I've done all my grieving up front. I've done all the hard work up front because for 20 years, my dad has been leaving me, but that wasn't the case. And in fact, about 2 years in, I think that delayed compounded grief just really started to set in. And I went through burnout. I went through clinical burnout. I had a breakdown, and I took a year out of my life to get well and to refocus and reframe. And I think that I'm not sure how much of that can be, assisted by work. A lot of that is a lot more complex. But what I do remember from those times is that companies are not built, HR practitioners are not qualified and prepared to navigate these situations. Yeah, we have tools in our toolkit. We have, our EAPs and we have our healthcare benefits and we might have additional counseling, etc. But that's just one little part of the toolbox. There's a whole lot more that needs to go into that. And I think that when I returned to work after he died, I had some extended leave, but bereavement leave was good. And then I took some health leave after that. When I came back, it was very much like, we're so sorry, it was so sad, your dad, da, da, da. Now get back to work. And I did not know how to reintegrate back into the workplace. A whole piece of my life had just vanished. And I felt like a half a person, and I no longer knew where I fitted or how to kind of conduct my life. And no surprise, I left soon after and I ran away to the Middle East for 5 years, but that's a whole other story for another day. So at this stage in my life and in my profession, I am really focused on helping organizations, leadership teams, HR practitioners, HR leaders think about this from a caregiver perspective in a much more holistic way. If we're talking about inclusion, if we're talking about really having people show up as their authentic selves, well, guess what? They have kids, they have aging parents, they have dogs, they have all sorts. We have to do better. And so there's the emotional mindset to get us started.
Yes. Marion, thank you so much for being that honest and man, sharing your story. I can only imagine it's resonating with a lot of us on this call. So thank you so much for digging that deep. Christina, now I know you have some thoughts to add.
And it's hard to follow that. Thank you for sharing, and I think it does. And I mean, you can tell by the chat that everyone's like, absolutely agree. There's so many things that are so hard about the intricacies about having work and life intertwine in such a deep way. And, depending on where you are with work, where you are in your career, what type of work you're in, it all can kind of come crashing down at the same time. And I just thank you for sharing. I think it's incredible. And I'm sorry that you were having to manage all of that, especially, with your dad passing. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I'm a caregiver. I have a wife with a disability. I have two kids. It was an unexpected. It was 3.5 years ago. She had a spinal cord injury, and from one night to the next, our entire life shifted, and I was now a head of HR working out of a hospital room instead of out of an office, and didn't know even as an HR professional how to take advantage of any of the benefits that were available, the ones that were not available and should have been, and the way that I think the biggest reframe and mindset I had to have was I had a long conversation saying maybe I should leave work, right? Like I think this is an incredibly important moment in my family's life. I need to be there for my son. I need to be there for my wife. And how do I, drive that while I'm also working endless hours? And a big part of, whether it was the guilt or how to support the family and myself in the right way, a big thing was like I did love my job. It was a safe space for me. I did have an amazing team, and a part of it was like it was a piece of normalcy for me to go back to. And I almost felt guilty a little bit going back, and I remember my wife telling me like this is how you are supporting us. Like this is stability. This is, we need you to have health insurance, we need to have a salary, et cetera. And I think there were so many moments of trying to reconcile where I was putting my priorities, and having a mindset going back to work after such a huge life change, and knowing that we were going to continue to grieve and we were going to go through waves, and how was I going to structure that and to set an example too. Like being in HR, I think you're meant to be somebody who sets a standard for others. And so I kind of made it my mission to be like, I had no idea how complicated all of this could be. I had no idea how heavy it could feel, and how am I going to change that? And it's similar to Marion. It's now my my life's passion, and my life's work is we started Lotus Disability to drive employee benefits that actually support people with disabilities and support caregivers, and have them be seen holistically. So I couldn't agree more. And I think the mindset when you go back, and the mindset 2 years after, and just how things evolve, I think it's important to be telling you yourself like you're doing the things that you need to do for you, and you hope that an organization supports you in what that is. So I couldn't agree more, and yeah, I appreciate everybody for sharing their stories, because that's what goes a long way.
Yes, and for you too as well, Christina. Thank you for that. Very, very strong person you are there. Does anyone else want to chime in?
I wanted to say just two quick things on mindset, Eric. My story is that I went back to work twice after having two boys, about 2 years in between the two of them, and finding that there were so many resources for the baby and so few resources for the personal and professional identity crisis and transition that the grown-up was going through. And I'm sure that I had undiagnosed postpartum anxiety, and I was a puddle of tears and mess on the kitchen floor for way too long. And I think two things that I would like to say specific to the mindset about the return. One is the return to work after any leave is a process and not an event. I expected, oh, after a week, like I'm going to be fine and I'm going to be back in the saddle. It took a year until I felt normal-ish from that return. And so I think giving ourselves grace, having managers who like expect you to have this be a longer process than just snapping your fingers is really, really important. And the other thing I wanted to offer was just what a leadership coach shared with me around guilt, which is when you find your brain saying the words, I feel guilty because, to pause and replace those words with, I made this decision because. I had a lot of guilt when I walked out of the door early at the end of the day because daycare was going to close and they were going to charge me $10 a minute if I was late to pick up my kid. And, my face would get all red and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm leaving. And, changing that narrative to I made this decision because I want to take care of my baby, or I made this decision to stay late at work tonight because this project is important to me and I can be fully present with my family when I get home afterwards. So, be careful what we think, because it doesn't always help us.
Yes. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. And before I transition to the next topic, I do want to call out Danny said something in the chat that is it's just hitting me. It says, if you're not intentionally creating places of inclusion, then you're unintentionally creating places of exclusion. Oh my gosh. Spot on. Next, going to be logistics, making the return predictable, even when life isn't. The consistent unpredictability of caregiving creates mental overload, right? Without structure, returning to work can feel chaotic and unsustainable. Akima, what's something simple that workers should think about to make the return more predictable?
So I love this question. Um, and I will say, I think it's two-part. The first is for workers specifically, and I don't say employees, and again, because there are, and I have to preface it like this for the thing I say next to make sense. I don't say employees because so often, especially now, you have people who are working who are not employees. Workers do not have the same rights as employees, which means that when you are coming in to negotiate and navigate for your care solution, you may be going in a very vulnerable state. So I want to preface it with that so that when I say the next thing, it all kind of makes sense. So the thing I think you can do to make it very simple is be very clear about what your needs are, because you cannot ask for what you need, advocate for what you need, or determine you're not getting what you need if you have not first determined what that need is. And that's the simplest thing. Like, if you don't do anything else, sit down, I mean, itemize it. If I've got to get my kid by 4 p.m. because they're going to charge me that extra $10 at 4:01, then that means I need to be out of the office at that time, like by this time. So this is what this means. This is what this is going to look like. Um, I've negotiated for split shifts and said, listen, I don't need to be here to do my job. You just would like to see me. But here's what I can do. I can show you the work. So you don't have to see my face, but you will see my work. You will see my productivity and my outcomes. Here's how we can do this. I will give you a trial basis of a week. If after 5 days of me doing this, you really feel like, Akima, you need to come back in this office, we need to see you. Mind you, I'm a contractor. I'm working in film. I'm a project-based worker. I'm not an employee. So technically, you're not supposed to be able to tell me where I'm supposed to be, but that's another story. But 5 days of this, if it's not working, then we can come back to the table and discuss what's actually going to be beneficial. But I had to first know, what do I need? And so before you do anything else, itemize what are your necessities. Nice to have, need to have, blue sky, right? And so this way it becomes very clear for you, um, what is it that I'm not getting, or how can I negotiate that so I can fill those gaps so that I can show up as my full self, but also be able to be the caregiver or the recipient of care that I need to be outside of the workspace. So, one simple thing, itemize your needs before you do anything else.
Thank you for that, Akima. Exactly. Advocate for what you need to be the best person you can be at these places. Exactly. And then, Lori, what's something you've seen work well with your clients?
Yeah, so I have three short tips here. One is um, I tried to, when I went back to work after leave, I tried to like go back and make up everything or read everything that I missed and check out, I'll read all the emails and like just try to catch up on everything that I had missed during the couple months that I was out. And that was a disaster plan because then 3 months in, I was feeling not only like super behind on what I was trying to accomplish, but still like I hadn't caught up on the things from when I left. And so one sort of logistical tip is when you're going back into the office after a leave to set up meetings with your key stakeholders. You could even, the week or two before you go back, you could say, hey, I'm going to be back on X date. And like, let's put some meetings on the books. And then ask those people two things. One, what did I miss while I was out? And two, how can I help now that I'm back? And it sort of is a more future-oriented conversation. The second tip I want to offer is if it is possible to transition back after a leave in increments or have a transition plan and not go full-time from day one, at the very beginning, see if that is something that you can negotiate. I did a phased back return with my first child, and that was incredibly helpful. It also allowed me to drop off baby at daycare and go home and cry and pump and then go back and pick them up after 2 hours and just sort of phase in a little bit at a time. And it gave me a chance to practice. If you can practice, getting yourself ready to go back into the office and getting dressed and figuring out what the commute is and all that stuff before you actually have to do it, it can really sort of alleviate a lot of anxiety about the return. And then the last thing I want to say about logistics is on the home front for yourself, for your family, like pick one time during the week when you're going to regroup. We call it our Saturday meeting and our Saturday basket at our house, where on Saturday night for many, many years, my husband and I would have a hot date on the couch and we would like go through all the things, like we call it the detritus of life that we didn't want to have to deal with during the week, the like scheduling of doctor's appointments and the paying of bills and all that stuff. Like we consolidated it into one space so we weren't worrying about it during the week, because otherwise, you can be at work trying to think about getting the home stuff done and vice versa. So like finding and carving out a spot for that can be really helpful.
Thank you, Lori. That's very, I think I'm gonna take that for my own life and do all of that on the weekend. That is perfect. Spot on. Was there anyone else that had wanted to add anything?
Yeah, I've got something I want to share, which is that I think a lot of times when we're coming back to work, hi, this is Kim, by the way, for anyone who's not seeing the voice on the screen. This is Kim. Um, a lot of times we think we've made our plan to come back to work. Uh, we know what accommodations we need, and when it's like set it and forget it, and then life starts happening, and before you know it, like that plan doesn't really work in practice anymore. Maybe you thought you were going to be pumping every 3 hours, but you actually need to pump every 2 hours, and you have this meeting that popped up and you need to figure out how to reschedule it. Or you have to take certain medications and you come back to work and you realize like you're going to need a special space in the fridge to keep your medication during the day, and time where you can like go into a private space to take your insulin shot or whatever it is, right? Like everyone has different needs, whether you personally classify it as a disability or it's legally classified as a disability. These kinds of workplace I should say, having an accommodating workplace is different from putting specific workplace accommodations in for specific people. So think to yourself, if you're the HR person, I got this person coming back to work. I'm going to check in with them after the first 30 days, and I'm going to just put a monthly reminder on my calendar to check in and say, hey, how's your reentry going? What can I do to support you better? Is this specific thing working? Is this working? Do you have any suggestions for how we might make this easier for the next person? That question is often a better way to get feedback on how it's actually going for them than asking them specifically. If I say like, Christina, can you tell me what's been working and what's not for you? You're gonna be like, oh, no, everything's fine. I'm not a burden. Don't worry about me. Like, I got it figured out. If I say, Christina, how could we make this process easier for the next person who comes after you? You're gonna be a lot more willing to give me feedback. So as you're thinking about logistics and coming back, in addition to all the brilliant things that have already been said, like, yes, Greer, exactly. Re-entry should have new hire onboarding. I've always built this in. You have your like 90 days ramp down and you have your 90 days ramp back up, especially if you're gone for a long period of time and there's a whole bunch of shit to catch up with when you get back. You don't want to be opening your email on the first day and there's 5,000 unread emails and you're like, oh shit, I have to read all of them and I got to watch all hands recordings I missed. Like, no. Don't do that. I just shared a link in the chat. I won't go through the content, but I put together this like guide to actually turning off when you're off on leave. It's a straight like logistics guide to like set up this filter in your inbox, send this email to your manager. Because if you put some of these logistical pieces in place, it's much smoother. And yes, Danny, press delete all. If they're that important, they will send it again. That is true. None of this matters. Everything sucks. this being the work you missed, not this being a comment. This matters. The work you missed while you were out dealing with personal crisis.
Yeah.
No.
You'll learn. Yeah. So thank you for that. Thank you, Kim, for that as well. We're moving on to leadership now. Modeling support and empathy. It's one thing to have a policy. and another to actually make it feel safe for people to actually use that policy, right? So, Kim, what do you recommend leaders do to model support and empathy, and why does it matter?
Well, number one, modeling means doing the thing that is your policy, right? If you are the CEO and you're like, we have this amazing parental leave policy, but nobody uses it, or like the CEO has a baby and doesn't take time off, that impacts your culture. That impacts people's people feeling like it's okay. My little story time is my very first startup I worked for. We had a wonderful PTO policy. People weren't really using it that much. And I asked somebody straight up, we were like 20 people. I was like, why is nobody taking vacation? They're like, well, we're all really busy. Like, it doesn't seem like we can. And I had talked to our two co-founders and I said, listen, guys, I need you to take a vacation. You can take a pretend vacation. If you really feel like we're scaling too fast, like you can't take real vacation, like go do work that's not visible to anyone else inside the company for a week and pretend that you're on a fucking vacation. I don't care. Like people need to see you doing the thing you're telling them it's okay to do. Uh, and this goes for disability leaves, this goes for parental leaves, this goes for all kinds of accommodations in the workplace. Uh, we had at Oyster, our CEO was very active in our mental health channel, and him coming in and saying like, I'm having a hard day today because of this thing that's going on in the world, and having employees come in and be like, hey, me too. Like that kind of visibility, you got to walk a thin line with HR and, personally discriminatory behaviors and shit. But like, how big is your company? What is your culture like? Are your leaders doing the things that you say are benefits for your employees? And yes, Greer, tie it to their pay. If they are not taking vacations, if they are not demonstrating, you can tie it to your culture and say, whatever one of your values is, or your mission, if it's related to that. You say, here we value, I'm going to make up a stupid value. We value taking care of ourselves here at Acme Co. But hey, leader, you are not embodying this company value of ours. That's going to be a factor in your bonus. Like you are not going to earn part of your bonus because you are not embodying our values. Now, you have to have a high level of uh, influence to be able to make those kinds of policies and enforce them. But anyone at the company can put these things into that framework, right? You can say like, we have this vacation policy, but it doesn't seem like leaders ever take vacation. Put it in an anonymous question at the all hands. Like you don't have to expose yourself. You don't have to be the one making the changes, but like everyone can have a voice in trying to push their leaders to be better leaders. And if you are a leader, do a quick rundown of your full suite of benefits and perks and time offs and all this stuff, and take a hard look in the mirror and see if you're using it. Do you use the mental health benefit? Do you use the gym stipend? Did you get yourself a special ergonomic chair? And then the last thing I'll say on that is, as leaders, it's not just about doing the thing, it's about the visibility. So if you have a really flexible time off policy, but people aren't taking time off, and you as a leader, you're like, but I took a vacation. When you came back from your vacation, did you share with anybody about your vacation? Did you like post it in your fun Slack channel, or give a shout out to the people who covered for you while you were on vacation? Or like, I don't know, post a dumb LinkedIn post about your company's policy and what you did on your summer vacation. Like there's lots of ways you as a leader can show up and be a visible, uh, active participant in these accommodationally oriented type things. I'm in an angry mood today, guys. I'm like in a ranty mood. Like, do better.
Well, thank you, Kim. Thank you, because that was great content with that. So I appreciate that. And then, Marion, what are some outcomes when leaders normalize caregiving in workplace culture?
Oh, honey, I'm gonna like take Kim's kind of like soapbox angry, and I'm gonna like kick it up a few notches because I'm still a little padded on the propofol and all the other drugs from this morning. But like, just kind of extending on some of that. I mean, talk about it, man. Like, just talk about it. Normalize this stuff. This is not a guilty, dirty secret, right? Normalize support conversations. Do you have an ERG that recognizes a community of carers, right? Caregivers in your organizations? If not, why not, right? It'd probably be one of the best attended. You know, sort of leaning more into my PhD research, where my research is about how companies have approached remote hybrid return to office and how that's impacted, employee psychological safety, psychological contract, right? Spoiler, it's totally ruined it, because if you bully someone into being in office, guess what? They're not going to feel psychologically safe, right? But, if you take an approach to flexible working without shame, without questioning, without shining a light and giving people the third degree as to why they need it, but just accept and trust your people if they say, hey, I'm having a really tough time right now. I've got a sick child. I'm caring for a terminally ill parent. My dog's dying, whatever it might be. Like, trust them and trust that they know what they need. And taking that on a level, if you have a third party that manages your accommodations and your LOAs, or even if you don't, even if it's internal, don't just make it about the damn employee, right? Like, if I get so frustrated where employees apply for maybe an extension to a leave or whatever it might be because they're caring for a dying relative, and computer says no because it's not about you, it's about someone else. Like, fuck off with that already. Let's actually think about holistically how we're supporting employees' lives as they navigate these very difficult stages of their lives. So make sure that your accommodations process is a damn sight better than what it is today, probably. I think kind of in this current trend as well of location strategies and companies bringing employees back to offices and back to hubs after the glory days of where we could all live and work wherever we want, don't be heartless, right? Do you not think that your critical talent is going through shit like this as well? Do you not think that your top salespeople or your best engineers or whoever are not dealing with, family problems, sick children, sick parents, whatever, and yet you're going to kind of force them to relocate because that fits with your location strategy, when the person that they're caring for probably has a finely curated, finely tuned care team in their current locality, right? Whether it be palliative care or specific physicians, whatever that might be. And then you're going to be like, well, tough tits, you're all going to have to move to X location. What? Are you kidding me with that? Like, what the best way to lose your top talent, your critical talent in one fell swoop? And that just blows my mind. Apart from it just being inhuman, the ROI on its own, like, come on, right? So that's one I think leadership teams really need to give some thought about. And just building on something else that Kim said as well about walking the walk. If you constantly bang on about being a servant leader or an authentic leader, whatever your preferred leadership style of the day is, and you're trying to advocate for a psychologically safe space, then walk the fucking walk, man, right? Like, intentionally create an environment where, your employees can talk about the external challenges that they're facing as a caregiver and feel safe, feel that they're not going to be retaliated against, either stealthily or even overtly, right? Like, looking at you, Amazon, and role model. Take that leave if you need it. If you've got someone who's dying or needs your support as a caregiver, log off, right? Like, the company can survive without you for 5 minutes. The time that you need with that person, you will never get back. And, as the old kind of adage says, when you're on your deathbed, what is it you're going to reflect most on? Is it answering those emails as your mum was dying, or is it actually the time you spent with them, loving them and cuddling them and being with them? I'm pretty sure it's the latter. So again, organizations need to start thinking a little bit more human and stop thinking as this entity of, produce, because you can't do it without people. And if you don't love your people and take care of your people and recognize that we all come in our own messy boxes of life, then, you're getting it all wrong. So for me, it's really thinking as a human and working that way.
Thank you very much, Marion, for that.
Told you were going to get unfiltered, Marion, after all the drugs this morning.
Not, but somebody emphasized tough tits, and I was just over. But I love it, Marion. I love it.
That's a great Scottish phrase. Yeah, it's a great Scottish phrase. Tough tits.
But Laurie, I would want to hear from you on this as well. If you have something to say, how can leadership skill caregivers use every day, like empathy and adaptability and clear communication? How can those translate into better workplaces?
Well, the first thing I think we need to do is to call out the fact that all these skills that we gain through caregiving are directly useful in our professional jobs. And I think, we all think, oh, well, now that I'm a caregiver, now that I'm a parent, I just can't be as good at work. That's baloney. I mean, really, we prioritize better, we care more, we connect more. And I mean, one of the skills I like talking about is the ability to meet the needs of demanding clients who can't articulate their needs very clearly. Like, that is a human baby, right? Like, right there. So I think we're making better workplaces when we can encourage people to talk about those skills that they're gaining. I always encourage new parents when they come back from leave to not skip their performance review if they're given the option to do that, but rather to call out all the ways that they made their leave and return successful for their team, all the skills that they employed. So if you're a manager, you can encourage people to be talking about these skills. If you're a manager, you can say, hey, some of the skills that I have here that I use on this team are because I was a caregiver. I think it helps people, one, flip that narrative that somehow they're less valuable because they, have less flexibility or they have other people they're caring for. And it creates a more collaborative and just healthy environment than thinking only that the skills that we gain in some training are the only ones that are useful.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Laurie, for that. Was there anyone else that wanted to have anything on leadership before we move on? All right. And then what we want to talk about lastly is the community, building networks of care at work. Okay. So being a caregiver at work can be isolating, especially if you are one of the first or don't have a culture to actively celebrate and connect caregivers. So Christina, what are some ways that individuals can build a network within their workplaces? And then how can employers support that, spinning me up an ERG?
Yeah, I mean, I think, ERGs are great, Slack channels are great, places where people can go and share their stories are incredible. But like you said, if you're the first or you kind of feel, I mean, I felt this, it was like, who do I relate to when I go back to work? And I call it the fortunate circumstance where my leader had been at American Express for 30 years. And a year prior to my wife's spinal cord injury, she had lost her husband and had set an example that I didn't necessarily agree with coming back to work. And just like, her way of compartmentalizing was very helpful to her. And I think as her HR partner, it was like, how do I do this differently so that I can create a space for not just myself, but honestly for her and for everyone on our team to be more open about the things that we struggle with and the processes that we're all going through, because it's not just an event. And so, I think a big part of what I started to do was just share my story. I made it very clear what my priority was and that I was here to do my job, but I was also first and foremost going to be there for my family and that we were in a big transition. And any chance I got, I shared my story. We created spaces where, whether it was dependent on other situations happening in the world or ways that we could be vulnerable with my team, I created like a share your story. And it was like how we started every meeting where, I shared a little bit about what was going on at home or a win that we had. We had a board where we took Polaroids every day after having a spinal cord injury. Like progress is feels very minimal as you're making small changes that used to be normal prior to. And so we had this big board where we took Polaroid pictures and shared kind of the progress we were making each day, even though incremental was like really big for us. And so I shared what that Polaroid picture was, or I would post the Polaroid to the Slack, my team's channel, and say, like, today's a big day for us. And like, this feels really exciting for me, or I'm having a hard day, and I would actually just go radio silent. So I think just starting to share the things that are happening in your world and being more honest and vulnerable. And like, I was really proud to, be a part of creating different groups and creating different channels and, having people open up to me. And before I knew it, other people were sharing, my daughter had a spinal cord injury or my partner's in the same position. And as you kind of start to hear those stories, you realize, I mean, it's like I said it earlier on, it's why we're doing what we do now, which is like our story is not unique. Like this space, what you are all saying is like, and Kim, I think posted about Rosalind Carter. It's like we are all going to be in this position, whether it's with a disability, whether it's as a caregiver. Like it is such a normal aspect of life, and to say that we're going to show up to a place that's 9 to 5 and not talk about that is kind of wild. And I think, it's our responsibility as those who have to advocate for themselves every day. It's like, why would we stop doing it in the workplace, right? Like, keep advocating for yourselves and building the communities that you need to not only survive outside of work, but to survive at work. And so, I think a lot of it is sharing stories. And I think there's another aspect that like I found really impactful, which was like building off of programs that already existed. There's a lot of volunteer programs at work. And so I started to kind of say, like, where are the caregiver spaces that we can help influence? Like, what are people with disabilities in our community that we can help influence? So I think just kind of bringing that purpose and passion into the workplace in different ways. Kind of end up leading to, hey, there's more than just a few of us. Let's build a group, let's build channels where we can all share our stories.
Exactly. Thank you for that, Christina. And then, Lori, what things have you seen help caregivers connect with like-minded peers in their industry, even if they don't share the same workplace?
I'm a serial founder of working parent and caregiver ERGs. So I'm going to start like in the workplace. Getting these groups off the ground really, really helps people to connect. In the first workplace where I set one of these up, I was not intentional, however, about making sure that the leaders of the group were both male and female. So the second group that I set up when I was at a law firm, I intentionally invited a male partner to lead the group with me so that moms and dads could be seen as leaders in the group. And moms and dads showed up because there were, dads who were very visible in that. In terms of outside of the workplace, I mean, one thing I popped into the chat is that I lead this group of the leaders of working parent and caregiver affinity groups, and there are people in there from banks and law firms and sports teams, like some professional golf association and nonprofits and global organizations. And it's a good way to sort of brainstorm, hey, how is your industry doing this? Do you have some good ideas in your industry that we could bring over to ours? And what does your bereavement policy look like? And how can we incorporate that into our world? And so I think like tapping into like finding those other people, like Christina was talking about, who have that same experience, even if they're not in your same workplace, and then being able to brainstorm with them around ideas that you might bring to your workplace, can just help spread better ideas all around.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Lori. And then Akima, We often talk about building community inside workplaces, right? But what are some ways we can build ecosystems of care beyond them, spaces that protect and sustain us when work is falling short ourselves?
You just spoke to my whole entire heart. You said ecosystem. Um, I'm like, you just made me really happy. Um, hmm. So the oh, hold on, I have to contain my grief so I can speak words that are coherent to other people. Um, I think the biggest thing is it goes back again, know yourself, right? But outside of the workplace, in your actual community and building out those ecosystems, it's, what's your first place, second place, third place? What are the things that like fuel you and fill you? And then find people in that space. Like I'm a huge fan of Googling you know, gardening mamas in XYZ city, right? And so because it's both of my happy places, but it's also finding other people who share that. Free range mamas in XYZ city. Like it's being able to identify that, because what ends up happening is those small pockets that you get into, those people are also in other small pockets. And then those people are in other small pockets. And that's how the ecosystem begins to build, right? And so total candor and transparency. I am on a modified bereavement leave right now. A few people do know that. I lost my grandmother last month. And those ecosystems have sustained me for the last month. I've been caring for my grandmother for over a decade. I have been very immersed in advocating for her every day. Like I literally just had a conversation with someone today about how I didn't know what to do with myself for a while because my usual span of care time with her coordinators is gone now. And so I was like, wait, that's open. Um, and a friend of mine who knew this reached out with some other friends and was just like, there was a check in. And so it's like, I still got my time, but not doing what I would normally have been doing with it. And it's because that ecosystem of care existed where I was sharing what I needed with people. Again, got to know what you need. Sharing what I needed with people, telling them what was going on with me. And then because of the other pockets that they were occupying, they were like, okay, we're gonna bring all of this together, and here you go. And now we've got this like hodgepodge sisterhood thing happening. So ecosystems come from being willing to put yourself into those spaces and places with people. And you'd be surprised, and going back to Lori's point, when you occupy those spaces and you befriend people or even just connect with people in those spaces, you'll be surprised how often you'll hear, this is what's working for me. This is why it's working for me. And then it gives you something that you can then take back someplace else. So it's how the ecosystem really comes from just putting yourself out there and don't overexert yourself, please, but putting yourself out there in as many spaces as feels holistic to you to be able to connect with people and really dig deep. So ecosystems are my love language. So you just made me totally happy right there.
Well, thank you very, very much for sharing that. And you're talking about ecosystems, what a large ecosystem and what a dynamic ecosystems of being that we're in right now. This rethinkability, that is an ecosystem in itself. And I'm so freaking happy that I've invited to be here. And I'm so happy that I am being a part of this panel. You all professionals were lovely today. You guys got very intimate and deep, and I appreciate that for everybody on this call. Like, you guys don't know what it did. If it did nothing for anybody else, it touched me. So thank you guys. So I want to open this up for questions. Was there any questions that we have for our fabulous panelists here? Let's see.
I have not been able to keep up with the chat at all. So I don't know if there's questions in the chat, but
I'm
those of
looking.
you who are still here,
I have
like,
kept up with the chat, and there aren't very many questions, but I will say that there is
right.
a lot of
Kudos.
people are feeling this. I think people are feeling really seen. I think people haven't. my husband is my caretaker, right? And so I think in a lot of ways it's like we don't talk about stuff like that. And I think the fact that Akima, you're here talking about what you need and the support that you have as a caretaker while you're getting that, I think is just it's so powerful. And I'm so grateful that you all have shared your stories and shared how you're making changes and how you have also empowered others to do the same. So this is, I'm trying not to get emotional right now because this was a really, really impactful day. And this, I think, was just the perfect closing out. And so I just have to say thank you. Thank you to everybody on this panel for sharing your stories and your time. And I think we'll close out real quick unless there's anything else that anyone on the panel wants to close with. Nope. All right. Then let's close out super quickly. I promise I'm not going to keep you for a long time. We are just going to do key takeaways for tomorrow. So, what did we learn today? Today we learned that awareness isn't enough. We have to build into our processes, into our systems, and we have to learn from our team members. So today was all about what are people going through? What have they experienced? What have they gone through at work? What are the things that need to change and be fixed? And so now we know there are lots of different things from caretaking leave to this to neurodiverse people in our, or the neurodiversity in our teams to non-apparent diseases. There is so much that we really need to be focusing on as we build. So considering barriers, I loved the conversations today on universal design. I think if we really have that as our baseline, it's going to help us be more successful for everybody. There are so many good examples. I mean, my favorite accommodation are my glasses. And so let's just think about everyday accommodations and everyday things that we can use to make it or do to make things better for our team members. And then finally, we just want to talk about some reflection. Take away what I can't even talk right now because I'm so like, this panel was so good. And I feel like there was so much said aloud that isn't said aloud about this topic. And it really is just throwing me off because I learned a lot. I'm learning as much as anybody else as the creator of this panel. And so like I can't thank you all enough. So for tomorrow, we are going to move into action. So we had a lot of conversations on day one around context and foundation. Today, we heard a lot of stories. We heard firsthand from people who are disabled and supporting disabled people in the workforce. And tomorrow, we're going to take all of those things, put them together, and start to figure out how we can start to make some real changes. So we're starting early. 10:55 a.m. EST, we're going to start off with our travel session. Really excited about this one because I don't think that, beyond food accommodations or hotel rooms that might be ready when somebody gets there if they need an accommodation, we don't really think about accommodations in a lot of ways for travel. So really encourage you if you're a event planner or somebody who does on-site work to think about that one. Ton of other sessions that you can see we're going to push in through here. So it's going to be a really full day, but you're going to walk away with some really good resources tomorrow. So I will get off my soapbox. I will let everybody go to the bathroom and go get some dinner. And I just want to say thank you again to everybody on our panels today. Thank you to our last panel too. This was an absolutely wonderful day. So have a good day, everyone. We'll see you all tomorrow.